Would you please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good afternoon, everyone here in the audience, and as well as those listening on the internet. Glad you all are participating with us this afternoon. I'd like to begin by introducing the good people that you see up here. Beginning on my far left, over there to your right, Miss Linda Cuthbert from District 3. Next to Miss Cuthbert, Mr. Ruben Colon, representing District 5. Next to Mr. Colon, Mr. Ted Doran, our board attorney. Way down the other end there, typing feverishly, is our agency clerk, Connie Spire. Next to Ms. Spire, our school board member representing District 1, Ms. Jamie Haynes. Next to Ms. Haynes, our school board member and also vice chair from District 2, Ms. Ida Wright. And then sandwiched in between Ms. Wright and myself is our superintendent, Mr. Russell. And my name is Carl Persis, and it's my pleasure to serve as the chair this year. Items for approval on this agenda are items 1.03, 2.02, 4.01, 5.02, 6.01, 16.01, 16.02, 17.01 through 17.03, and finally 18.01. We will have a one participation time later in the meeting. This will be for items that are both on the agenda and not on the agenda, and those items of general interest pertaining to public education in Volusia County. Our district vision statement is ensuring that all of our students receive a superior 21st century education, and that's what we try to do out there each and every day for all of our 63,000 plus students. Also, we have a lot of great things that are happening each and every day in our Volusia County schools, and we take this opportunity at the beginning of the meeting to have board members share whatever they would like to share about what's going on. So anybody would like to volunteer today?
Sure, I'll go first.
Okay, Ms. Cuthbert.
I want to highlight the middle schools in my district. Congratulations to New Smyrna Beach Middle School. They had a night of one acts Saturday. All one acts and all their class periods participated. It was fantastic. You never know what a student will do until you put him or her on stage. And also I want to highlight a young lady named Kate from Creekside Middle School who came in second at the spelling bee last week. Congratulations to her. And also to a young man came in sixth from Reed Batillo Elementary. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cuthbert. Who'd like to go next? Mr. Colon.
Our vision statement reads, ensuring all students receive a 21st century education. And the key word in there is students. And so as we are moving forward in our elementary school day changes, I actually had the pleasure of visiting one of my high schools and speaking probably to about 150 students about how they felt about it. And I would encourage everyone in this room who deals with students to never forget that students are also stakeholders. I can tell you that the things that they said to me were not the things I was expecting. Some of the ideas that they gave were things that I would have never remotely considered because I don't live in their shoes. And so just a reminder to everyone that students are at the center of everything that we do.
Thank you. Very nice. Anyone else want to share a thing? Yeah, Ms. Wright.
Just share a little bit about my schools. Had a chance to visit Ortona Elementary for Literacy Week and got a chance to read to a third grade class. Went to Turie T. Small for African American read-in. And again, I read to a third grade class. I have a couple more But as reading is being embraced this month, I look forward to attending and reading to children at my schools.
Yeah, great. Ms. Haynes, anything you want to add?
To piggyback off on the spelling bee, I was excited to see that a young man from George Marks Elementary.
He was amazing.
Won the spelling bee, yes. And then in addition to that, I want to highlight an event that's coming up. We have 2 events coming up on February the 23rd, and it was a bit of a dilemma for me, but the FFEA event is taking place. And so I know a couple of us will be there judging, but at the same time, the social studies fair is taking place. And I had the honor of being able to go to a couple of my schools and judge their social studies fair exhibits and crafts, which were really wonderful. So I'm looking forward to both of those events coming up.
Yeah. Students are great. Yeah, I had the opportunity to during Literacy Week, I guess it was. I went to Ormond Beach Elementary, read, and Holly Hill read there as well, and it's just great being in those classrooms and just seeing those children. They're so excited, and I just love it. And it also serves to let you know what a great teaching staff we have out there, and just how hard they work, and they're so connected with their students. So. Good things happening all around every single day here in Volusia County. Moving on to item 1.03, all members of the board have received a copy of the minutes. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Seeing none, then we'll let the minutes stand as approved, as printed. And moving on to 2.01. Are there any changes to the agenda?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Superintendent. There are no changes to our agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Colon, and second from Ms. Wright. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, and the motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We're now on item 3.01. This would be that public participation time. So if you would like to participate, speak to the board, you need to fill out a public participation card. And we have a few. And so let me begin with Elizabeth Albert. You must have been the first one to turn in a card because, I could just randomly pick out a card, but I think of
You wouldn't hurt my feelings. It'd be okay.
Welcome, Miss Albert.
Thank you, sir. Elizabeth Albert, 903 Dubber Lane. Good afternoon, Chairman Persis, school board members, Superintendent Russell, members of the audience. I just have a little bit of information that I would like to share with you, some facts that I learned last night. So the question of the day is, where have all the teachers gone? So I just want to share some data. So this is data from the state. In 2008, teacher pay ranked at approximately 30th in the nation. In 2018, teacher pay ranked at about 45th in the nation for the state of Florida. And funding per pupil was approximately 40th in the nation. Teacher vacancies in the state of Florida in 2013, in January of that year, were 1,426. Fast forward to June of 2013, they were upwards of 3,000. This year, 2019, the evidence shows that there are over 3,128 teacher vacancies across our state, and the estimation is that it could reach 10,000 by June. The final piece of information that I want to share with you is about college graduates exiting college with degrees in education. Back in 2010, 2011, which you'll remember is right about the time when Senate Bill 736 was passed, there were about 8,000 new graduates with degrees in education. And the most recent data we have comes from 2016-17, and we only graduated that year 4,055, so just about half. And of course, this doesn't account for support staff, bus drivers, cafeteria workers, and all of the other professionals who support public education. So I was thinking about these numbers, and I was wondering what we could do here in Volusia County, and I mentioned this in passing to Ms. Paige Pender. You know, we have phenomenal academies in our district. Why don't we create an education academy, and why don't we start growing our own? So just think about that. You don't have to give me an answer right now, but we do a lot of great things here, so why don't we start growing our own teachers? So anyway, the last thing I'd like to talk to you about in the final few seconds that I have, I want to remind everyone that this Thursday, February 14th, will mark the 1-year anniversary of the tragedy at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School. So Anna Fusco, who is the president of the Broward Teachers Union, has put out an ask across the state, and she's asking that in every district we do simple acts of kindness. That could be volunteering somewhere, that could be doing something nice for someone else. What she's asked is if we can take a piece of paper, hashtag MSD Strong, take a picture of it, blast it all over social media. That's a very simple thing to do because the families and the friends and the loved ones of those that we lost are still there and they're still grieving. And that's just a horrific incident that occurred. So we owe it to them to recognize them.
Ms. Albert, we'll have to leave it at that for
okay,
right now. Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. Points well made. Next is Kim Short. Good afternoon.
Hi. Kim Short, 6089 Spruce Point Circle, Port Orange, Florida. Good afternoon. I wanted to talk about the start and end times of the school day and the additional 30 minutes. There's been a lot of questions concerning it. I went to a SAC meeting last night at Atlantic. I sold carnations yesterday at Creekside and spoke to the council members, the student council members. And I did share it with my SACs with Mainland, Atlantic, and Creekside ahead of time, so I've gotten a lot of responses back from different people concerned from all of those groups. And it seems like we just have such a different point of view depending on the level because people are, of course, more concerned about their own needs than the entire system together. I'm in a unique situation where I have 2 high schoolers who are at different high schools and a middle schooler or a child who will be entering middle school next year. And I noticed that it seemed like last night at Atlantic everybody was going toward the first option, which is, of course, the last option that middle school wants. And I've been sitting and contemplating and thinking, and I just really would love to know, after speaking to some former school board members, the same question that we've all come up with. Why aren't we considering taking a break on this conversation for 1 year? Especially with the fact that we have a governor who's now saying he wants to get rid of Common Core, and we have a school board association who's behind him on that idea, and a union, which is not something that you normally see. We are going to be adopting an ELA series in a year from now. And there's a lot of data that's showing if we were to use that 30 minutes for dedicated planning time only, that we would probably see increased instruction. And I really think that even may help with some of the module use. I've spoke to teachers about it. They all seem on board with the idea, and they laughed at me because the administrators, everybody I've shared this idea with seems to think that the district would never think that this was a good idea because, again, it's common sense, which is just insulting. But at the same time, I have to say, I'm not seeing a lot of common sense here with this whole thing. It feels like we're running down the aisle at full speed on something that parents have a lot of legitimate concerns about. We're rolling out 2 major systems next year. And I've been around for a little while, and I've seen how we roll out systems, and I've seen how we do things. I just really would like to see us do something well. And in my experience, doing a lot of things at one time is not something a huge organization does well, and not something most people try to accomplish. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here. Let's see. We have one more. Is This is it. Terry, is it Fuhrer? Terry? Come on up. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. I just have one issue of, I'm sure it's been brought up a million times before and beat to death, but evolution. My child was taught that in middle school. I thought we were past that, and I guess apparently we're doing it again in high school. We just said pledge allegiance to the flag, one nation under God, yet you're teaching my child in school that we came from apes and not God. And I understand that that's a curriculum or whatever, and you know what, whoever makes that decision has to answer to God for that. I am not going to answer, nor have my child answered that to God for denying him for a grade when there's people out there losing their lives because they won't. In middle school, her test was able to be written. So when it came to the question of where man came from, she wrote on there, the answer that you want is that we came from apes. The true answer is we came from God. Okay? In my opinion, that satisfied that she gave the answer that the school was looking for and had learned the material. But at the same time, she said she did not deny her faith in God. And she made it clear that that wasn't her faith and that she wasn't denying it. Okay, this year, my child has ADD and she is still all honor classes and makes straight A's. She has right now a B in biology because of evolution, and she hasn't taken a couple of tests. So therefore, she has a B in it even after she has an F for not taking the test. So she works very hard. This is penalizing her, and I don't think it's right. The test, my understanding is she's taken it on a computer. My problem, and it's multiple choice. Again, there goes my problem. On a computer, she can only select the answer. She cannot state that that is not her belief and that she believes in God. By checking just the answer on the computer, that is, to me, she is denying God. She's saying that we don't have a God, that we came from apes. So I would like the school board in some way or another to address this. I again would be happy if the test was printed out and she could circle whatever answer that is one, and then underneath she can write in that that is not my belief, I believe in God.
Makes sense.
And I think that, unless something like that's done, you're violating my religious rights and hers. And I look forward to hearing from you on what we can do so she can take her test.
You will. Thank you. And congratulations to your daughter making such great grades out there. I believe that is the last person, so we will close the public participation time and continue with the agenda. We're on item 4.01. A resolution recognizing March 4th through March the 8th as National School Breakfast Week. And who will be coming forth? Yes. Thank you for being here. If you would just kindly introduce yourselves and your titles before you start speaking.
Okay. Good afternoon. I am Heather
And
DiMiola.
pull that microphone real close to your mouth so everybody can.
Heather DiMiola, representing Schoolway Cafe Director.
Thank you.
Valerie Hansen, representing Schoolway Cafe Assistant Director.
Thank you.
And I'm just going to open up this. Good afternoon, Chairman Persis and school board members and Mr. Russell, Superintendent. We appreciate the opportunity to ask for this resolution for National School Breakfast Week, which is March 4th through the 8th. We have a little slide presentation. So get ready to start your engines. That is the motto of the National School Breakfast Week. And as always, Schoolway Cafe, our vision is to positively impact students by serving delicious and healthy meals. Schoolway goes on the mission. We are committed to nurturing minds and serving our students the healthy meals and providing exceptional customer service along with that. Food insecurity. While we think food is plentiful, Volusia County's free and reduced percentage currently is 66.25%. And the definition of food insecurity is the state of being without reliable access to sufficient quantity of affordable, nutritious food. So why is breakfast important? Eating breakfast at school helps students perform better. They perform better on math scores, better attendance records, lower incidence of tardiness, and fewer behavioral problems. There was a survey, gotta move this, from SHARE, let's see here, from the SHARE Our Strength survey, and what it showed was that 77% of school meals help students feel better. 74% of school students said that school meals help them pay attention in class, and 71% of students said that school meals help their grades overall. Let's see. Schoolway Cafe, our business has been, since 2015, we've provided free breakfast for all students. We continue that. That's complimentary for every student, so we want to encourage students to come and eat with us. We have already served 1.6 million breakfasts this year alone. So they are coming, but we're always looking for more meals. And on the side there is a copy of a poster that we try to educate our students and customers on how to pick a healthy meal. National School Breakfast is a NASCAR type of start your engines, get fueled up for the day. And we are partnering with NASCAR 500, which will be at Championship Elementary School to promote National School Breakfast, and they're bringing a car out to make it fun for the students. So we're also promoting a student social media contest where we're encouraging students to take a picture of their favorite Schoolway Cafe breakfast and post it and tag Schoolway Cafe Volusia on either Instagram or Twitter, and we'll enter them a chance to win fun prizes. We have gone through the menu and made catchy menu options such as photo finish pancake sausages and pit stop bento boxes, so just to make it fun for all. Students love our breakfast, and we have a lot of new menu options this year, and we're trying to make it very fun for the students to come in, and we're trying to get out to where the students are so they don't even have to come to the cafeteria. So you can follow us on the National School Breakfast activities this week, or in March 4th through the 8th, on either Twitter, Instagram, or Facebook. And I know a few of you all are coming to help us serve in the kitchen, or just to be there to visit the students, and we're looking forward to having you join us. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ms. DeMille. Ms. Hanson, do you have anything Mr. Superintendent? Do you have anything you'd like to say right now?
Yes. The superintendent recommends approval of Resolution 2019-06, recognizing March 4th through the 8th, 2019, as National School Breakfast Week.
Indeed. Do we? You heard the recommendation from the superintendent. Do I have a motion?
I motion that we.
Ms. Haynes makes the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second from Ms. Cuthbert. Any further discussion about National School Breakfast Week? It's coming. All right. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, and it passes unanimously. And great presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just love it. I love the NASCAR theme and the whole thing. The kids are going to get it.
It'll be
It's
fun.
Be a good time. Yeah.
All right.
Thank
Thanks
you.
so much.
Thanks for all you do. Our next item is 5.01. Any school board members want to remove anything from the consent agenda? And Mr. Superintendent, you did not want to remove anything, I know. All right, then, seeing that, do I have an approval of the consent agenda in total?
So moved.
Mr. Colon makes a motion to approve the consent.
Second.
Ms. Cuthbert seconds. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, and so we have adopted the consent agenda. And anybody want to discuss anything that was just passed? Okay, we do not. Superintendent's announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Middle School Expo will run from February 12th to February 28th, 2019. Current fifth graders and parents are invited. Check out the district website for the date of your zoned middle school. The AP Art Exhibit opening reception will be this Friday, February 15th, 2019 at 5 p.m. at Art House Gallery in Port Orange. President's Day holiday will be Monday, February 18th, 2019. Schools will be closed. District offices will be open. The Volusia County Council of the PTA Founders Day celebration will be Thursday, February 21st, 2019 at 6 p.m. at Tomoka Elementary. The 40th Annual Volusia County Social Studies Fair will be Saturday, February 23rd, 2019 at 9 a.m. at New Smyrna Beach High School. The FFEA District Conference will be Saturday, February 23rd, 2019 at 8 a.m. at DeLand High. The next regular school board meeting will be Tuesday, February 26, 2019 at 5:30 p.m. in this boardroom at the DeLand Administrative Complex.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Ms. Cuthbert.
Mr. Russell, can we also announce our joint meeting with the City of Port Orange?
Oh, yes,
Tuesday?
that will be February 19th at 4:30.
4:30, and it's at the Port Orange City Hall? No.
Yes, their City Center.
No. Yes?
Hold on.
What did they do? Change the time a little bit? Was it? Okay.
It's going to be at the Lakeside City Center, 1999 City Center Circle, Port Orange.
It's right across from the library.
Okay. Yeah. All right, at 4:30.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Now, next item, 14.01, Superintendent's presentations. And we have what?
We have Ms. Deb Muller. She will be doing a financial update.
All right.
And we'll be followed by Greg Aiken and Rachel Hazel and Elizabeth Albert to discuss the elementary day.
Okay. So we begin with Ms. Muller. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Persis, board members, and Mr. Russell. Thank you for allowing us to do this district update. A couple of things. I'll wait till we get this up and showing for everybody. There we go. Okay, this is the financial update that I'm bringing to you, and there are several items that I'd like to update you on. The first one is the governor's budget for next year. Fiscal year 2020, which was released about a week and a half ago, and then a year-to-date budget status. Just a quick update on our blended online learning analysis, and then some special grants that I just wanted to update you on from this year. So the fiscal year 20 governor's budget, when released, is compared to our fiscal year 19 third calc. So that's where these numbers come from. And overall, our total spending per student will increase based on his budget by $163.80. The statewide average for total funding per student is $224.40. So you can see that Volusia will will receive less funding based on this budget than the statewide average. Also, another item that I just wanted to point out to you is that this does use a higher FTE projection than for enrollment than what we have submitted. So as a result, when the legislative session starts, our numbers will actually decrease. This uses 62,340 FTE, and what we have selected as our projection model is 61,970 FTE. So that will have an effect on the calculations. Also, the governor is proposing to increase the base student allocation, or the BSA, by $50, 1.19%, which is not what we would consider significant, but definitely above the 47 cents that we received this year per student. Also,
if I could just interrupt you right there,
yes.
Deb, and that is, yesterday, I said earlier I was at that coalition meeting, and one of the gentlemen there from the legislative side said that while the governor says it's $50 increase per student, Jim Hamilton from the state, and you must know him, respected person. He crunched that a little bit to just see, and he said that of that $50, around 27 of that would be tied up with state mandated types of things, and that the districts would probably only see an increase of $23, not the 50. So he just wanted district folks
Give
to
me
know
some
that.
good news.
I just couldn't help but wedge myself into that.
Thank you, Mr. Persis.
I know,
I do
more
appreciate
good news. I know. Go ahead.
Well,
Excuse me.
and just, remembering, I think it's important that the governor's budget is a starting point, and usually that is the best news that we do receive. The last couple of years have certainly been different. 2 years ago, when the governor vetoed some of the education budget and called the legislature back. And then last year, of course, with Senate Bill 7026. So, this is definitely our starting point, and just the introduction to the fun to come. So they did decrease statewide the required local effort. Of course, the final required local effort will be determined, as well as our taxable roll, which is not certified until July. And that affects our calculations as well as the district cost differential, or the DCD, which has not been updated for the new factor at this point. At this point, we are showing an increase in the base funding of $4.6 million. However, the compression adjustment, which, if you remember, was a one-time non-recurring allocation that we received this year, was about $4.4 million. So that, and that is not proposed to continue. So really, that really negates our base funding. The Safe Schools allocation will increase about $1.4 million, but what is proposed is to take $50 million from the digital classroom program and reallocate that to Safe Schools funding. So we are seeing a reduction in our digital classroom plan as well. It also does increase the mental health allocation. So of course, the Safe Schools and the mental health are two items where we have been proponents of increasing and continuing what was started this year under the Safe Schools. So this is just a picture of our unweighted FTE projection and our weighted and the base student allocation, which I've already described to you and is just preliminary. You can see the Safe Schools increase of about $1.4 million on this slide. And then on the following slide, you can see the digital learning decrease of $987,000. So that's where that money was taken or proposed to be taken from. And then the loss of funding compression of the $4.4 million. And then the one other point that I would like to make on this slide is the best and brightest allocation of $8.9 million. We currently receive the best and brightest bonus money for teachers directly from the state. It's outside of the FEFP. The governor is actually adding it into the FEFP. So part of our increase this year is really attributed to him just putting that in the budget. So that's $8.9 million that really is not there at this time, and he has stated that he will eliminate the ACT and SAT bonus piece. He does not feel that those scores should be used to give teacher bonuses. So I know that he's released a tentative plan, but we really haven't seen what will happen with that plan. But at this time, I think he is proposing to maintain some of that for teacher bonuses. So overall, including that $8.9 million, the total funding projected increase is just $12.5 million, which would translate into $7,365 per student, or an increase of $164. And the next area that I just want to update you on is our fiscal year 19 year-to-date budget status. And this is updated through December. It does include the third calc, and as I told you last month, that we had a $2 million loss from the FEFP because our FTE was not as high as the projected FTE. We do have $1.5 million set aside to offset that loss. And our property taxes, again, just to point out that they are budgeted at 96%, and normally we'll receive about around 97%, but by law we can only budget 96%. In the different functional areas, our expenditures are tracking to be pretty much on target. We, of course, our fuel and electricity we're seeing is coming in right around on budget right now. A lot of it depends on the weather and the cyclical nature of it, so we really have to wait and see how the prices are. As well as the one area that we have seen maybe tracking a little lower are salaries. And again, that's a huge number. So we haven't fully analyzed that. One thing we can say is our mental health allocation and as well as our Guardian program both started late. So as much as was budgeted, we have not spent a lot of that money through December 31st. Also, we're still paying some retros out, as well as extended time is not included in this year's budget. So that would show a change from last year, because all of the extended +1 schools are Title I and being paid out of that budget this year. And just to point out to you in the community service line, because it looks like that we have overspent our budget at this point, but it mostly is due to our EDEP, our extended day collections, that they tend to lag behind, and once they are allocated, then that will catch up. So we're not really overspent, and we do encumber the salaries, some of those salaries as well. And just to follow up on the FTE loss that we saw in the FEFP, in the survey 3, I had mentioned that the blended learning survey rules had changed from the previous year. So what they had told us is anytime you have a blended learning situation where you have a teacher face-to-face in the classroom and you have a virtual component of that course, that the teacher that is in the classroom must be certified. And in some of our classes, especially like the labs, the learning labs in high schools, where you have kids coming in and out all day long and you don't necessarily have a certified teacher in every subject in that learning lab, we've moved all of those to be virtual classes. So they're funded differently. Instead of being funded as seat time like a blended learning is, they're funded as a virtual, which we only receive that funding once the student successfully completes the course. So this just shows the blended learning students, the FTEs that we reported last year, and then in our survey 2 this year. So you can see that slight decline, 142 FTEs from last year's survey 2 to this year's survey 2. And then if you look at the next slide, these are our virtual courses. And while we know that we do have more kids in the virtual courses, we also know that some of that is from that blended learning survey change. So you can see from last year, 2018 survey 2 to this year, there's an increase of 564 FTE. But we will not see that in our funding until students have successfully completed that, and that's not funded until survey 4. Okay? And I just wanted to bring your attention to the status of some of our special grants from this year. There was $3 million allocated statewide for the Standard Student Attire Incentive Program, which we call the Uniform Grant. We did find out, although we submitted our application back in August, the deadline was September 1st, and we received confirmation that we met the criteria on August 13th from DOE. On January 18th, we were notified that we would not be receiving any funding from that. So apparently there were 5 districts that submitted their applications prior to ours, and Miami-Dade was one of those districts. So they received about half of the funding due to their FTE, because the statute is based on first come, first serve, not allocated based on FTE. So unfortunately, we will not be receiving that. But the good news, we have better news. The Educational Facility Security Grant, that's capital money. That's came out of Senate Bill 7026, and we did have to apply for that. We'll be receiving about $2.2 million. Some of that is for charter schools as well, for security cameras, but we also will, through spring of 2020, be using this money at school entrances to restrict access, security cameras, scanners, door buzzers, and so on. So there's a phase, and if any of you are interested in seeing that, the application, I can send that to you and what the phases are, as well as I'm sure Mr. Aiken could give you that information. The other grant that we spoke about earlier, the Restart Grant, and then the Temporary Aid for Displaced Students. These are both federal monies that we're receiving as a result of Hurricane Irma. We were notified about a year after the hurricane that we were eligible for this money, and the Restart Grant we had to apply for, it was related to reopening schools. So we know that teachers, number one, when we were closed for a week, they lost planning time. So we are able to fund 5 hours of additional planning time for each teacher in the district to make up for some of that time during the hurricane closure. And that covers their benefits as well. In addition, we are able to tutor students in all of our schools but 8, because on analysis, all but 8 of our schools had either students that came from hurricane-affected areas or had their family disrupted because of those students. So we are providing over $600,000 in tutoring to students. And that also includes the benefits to pay those teachers to tutor, as well as supplies for some of them. We also are going to get over $200,000 towards our unreimbursed FEMA expenses, so we always have a local share on most of the FEMA projects. So we will receive some of that reimbursement, as well as $87,000 in indirect costs, which will allow us to collect all of the invoices from teachers and process those and really manage the grant with the help of hiring an OS3. Again, because these are federal grants, and DOE is very strict about following the rules that they've set forth in these grants. And we have to provide documentation as to what planning time was missed that teachers are making up, as well as, of course, all of the students that they're tutoring. So a lot of record keeping that will go into that. And the several schools that were not included in this grant, I just want to let you know and reassure you that there is additional tutoring money that is available. We normally provide tutoring money for our students. And so we do have money for them as well. The temporary aid for displaced students, that was about $1.1 million that was awarded, and that we're using to reimburse those additional teachers throughout the district that took on those students after the hurricane, and the majority of them have remained. So we're able to supplement the salaries that we would have otherwise incurred from those teachers. And any questions, if you have them?
It's question time. Okay. Thank you very, very much, Ms. Muller. Board members, questions? Anyone like to ask any questions? So as far as those grants go,
yes,
the grants, that is money that we have just recently received, or is that money has not been spent?
Yes, the money that came in from the temporary aid,
yes.
That they sent us the money right after we found out that we would be receiving it. The other money is a reimbursement grant. So we were approved. It took us some time to decide how we were going to administer the whole grant. So after several meetings, then that was rolled out to principals. Okay. To spend. So that's a reimbursement. Once it's spent, we will be reimbursed for that.
And Mr. Colon?
I have a question for you regarding the Guardian program. And so in your best estimates, are we expecting that we will be approaching municipalities one more time or this year for that, or does that seem to be adequately funded for this year, upcoming year?
For this year you're talking about?
Right.
I do believe that we will be close to adequately funded. We did receive quite a bit of money from our municipalities, not all of them. But I think the fact that we have received a lot of the funding reimbursed to us from the state for the grant that went through the Sheriff's Department for all the uniforms and the equipment, I think helped. Plus the fact that we have not, the Guardians didn't all start at the same time, so I think we've saved a little bit of money. But until we've also got the charters that we're accounting for that have to cover it. So they're helping fund the safety and security office as well, but I think we'll make out about even this year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Colon, do you have any other questions?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Cuthbert?
I was going to ask that question too, but
sure.
To tag it on, is it possible we can continue to approach the county to pay 30% towards our SRDs, our school resource deputies, because we are one of the very, very few counties that had no help at all from their counties. Most school districts receive up to 50% reimbursement. So I would like to see that continue because I would prefer all high schools and middle schools have SRDs. They do so much preventative information there. They are able to, if there's a Baker Act, an SRD is there to help maneuver or to give a little more substantive information about it, and that individual can take that student to Halifax where a guardian cannot do that. So I would like to continue at least 30% where most counties are getting 50.
Right.
So if that's at all possible.
And we will be beginning negotiations with the county. So we'll be beginning to meet on that internally, and then I believe in March that we will start to have negotiations with them. We've already had preliminary talks about some changes in the contract as well, so we've already opened that dialogue, but I would agree that the majority of the counties all around us, the county funds 50% of those school resource officers.
Okay, and I know this is all tentative. It all depends upon what the state legislature does, but it's almost like they've taken from one and to give to another. It's just shifting of hands and of sand. So we'll just have to keep our fingers crossed. Thank you for letting us know the pitfalls as well as the cliffs. And it's almost, they're all precipice where we could just very easily fall off. So thank you very much for this information. It's going to be a while to digest, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Cuthbert, do you have anything else?
No, sir. Thank
Okay,
you very much.
You. Ms. Haynes, Ms. Wright, either
I
one?
just have one question.
Ms. Wright.
Dealing with hurricane reimbursement, so have we been fully reimbursed for both hurricanes, or where are we with that?
No, we have not. We have received most of the money related to debris removal and to for the sheltering, I believe, for Hurricane Matthew. I believe that for the projects themselves, we have some pending items that they're wanting more information on. And then Hurricane Irma, no, we have not received any reimbursements for those. One of the changes was that it was determined we have to contract with the county to receive our debris and sheltering reimbursements. I believe that's the two. And so we negotiated an interlocal agreement with them, and then they have to file those FEMA projects on our behalf. And that was beginning with Hurricane Irma. And that will be moving forward. So we have a 1-year interlocal agreement with the county, and we'll be talking to them about signing another one for the upcoming year as well.
So tell us a little bit about this agreement.
Well, it's not a change in the law. Apparently, it's an interpretation that they decided that it really, the sheltering piece falls under the county since they are responsible for that. And so all municipalities around the state now have to have an interlocal agreement with the school districts to reimburse them for any sheltering funds.
So will they have to take a part of the sheltering duties?
No, they will not take any of the sheltering monies. We will still have.
No. Will they now participate in the sheltering duties?
Oh, and well, we haven't had those discussions. This is for the last hurricane that we have the interlocal agreement for. I mean, there are many counties where that is managed completely by the county. And I think, again, from one hurricane to another, the rules changed in several different areas. So, you know, where we worked with, we got agreements, interlocal agreements from other counties to compare and spoke with them. This was before Mr. Dyer left, and we put a lot of time and effort with Mr. Aiken and Mrs. Trawick trying to navigate through that and meeting with the county to make sure that we get reimbursed in a timely manner as well. Some you can, under the law, request reimbursement as soon as you have an approved project. But we're willing, since we normally have to wait some time anyway, as soon as we're notified that the project is funded, then they have to pay us that money.
So Mr. Chair, is it possible that you and the superintendent really can look at maybe having a discussion as we prepare for hurricane season? And now that they are supposed to be the overseer, that been one of my arguments, I think the county, again, and municipalities should share in the governance of managing the schools. It should not fall solely on Volusia County.
Volusia County School District.
Yes.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah. I think
As long as we're still in
point.
charge.
Well, it sounds like the county is.
Yeah.
So I feel like if they're going to be in charge, then I think they should be in charge. That's it for me.
In charge and charged. Yes.
Well, yeah,
Okay.
and unfortunately, it's an extra layer because now we have to submit everything to them, and then they have to review everything, and then they have to submit the project. So,
right. So I'm saying
it adds another layer.
We really don't have to do that. They can take it all, and then we decide if we want to help them with the shelters. But that's another conversation.
I know. I know.
Thank you.
That's a good one, though. Ms. Haynes, I'm sorry, I haven't asked you. Yes.
So I have one question about the Restart grant. Under the indirect costs, you said you're going to hire an OS3, and I understand all the paperwork that's involved when you're dealing with federal dollars. Mm-hmm. So How, is that a 1-year term? Is that a 2-year term that you're going to hire someone?
It's just a temporary until the end of the grant to process this paperwork. And it's not spending that full indirect cost. We also have time that we spent on the charter schools and all of the private schools, contacting them, making sure that they were included in the grant because there was money allocated for them. So there's more administrative work than just processing those payments. But that is one of the items that we realized if every teacher is planning, plus we're administering all of this tutoring time, that we really needed somebody to just strictly process that and make sure that there's some oversight and they get processed correctly.
So what's the time frame for the grant? So when does it end, I guess?
June 30th.
Of this year. Mm-hmm. So do you already have that person in place?
Yes, I believe that we do. It's being handled through the Federal Grants Office.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from the board members? I do not see any. Mr. Superintendent, do you have anything you want to add?
Thank you.
Nope. I guess not. So
Okay.
thank you.
Thank
you
you
for the update.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Appreciate it very much. And our next.
I'm gonna try to sit way over here so they don't catch a cold.
Well, that's good. That puts you right next to the camera.
Well, there you
Mr.
go. Well, that's
Aiken.
okay.
So,
Gonna go from there. So.
All right.
Chairman,
so, would you introduce yourselves, please?
Yeah, my name's Greg Aiken, Chief Operating Officer.
Rachel Hazel, Executive Director of Curriculum.
Elizabeth Albert, President of VIEW.
Chairman, board members, Mr. Russell, thanks for this opportunity to give you our second update on the meeting that we had with our committee. We're going to start with Rachel. I think you're going to go first, kind of going over the overview, number of staff that we had, number of staff members and members on the committee.
Yes, we did reconvene the committee on February the 5th, and at that time we have 15 teachers who participated. We had 7 principals, 2 from each level from each side of the county, and 5 members of the committee were parents recommended by each of you. You want me to go over the whole process? Okay. So on the 5th, we met. At the previous meeting, you'll recall, the groups were split into 5 different groups with representation from administration, from teachers, from parents on each of those groups. They made 5 different recommendations, which Mr. Aiken then took back to the staff at transportation and reworked based on minutes, but kept the spirit of what they recommended within it. It varied by a few minutes depending on how much time we needed between runs. We brought those 5 tweaked recommendations back to the committee on the 5th, went through the criteria that we needed again, presented the revised versions of what they had recommended, and had about a 15-20 minute whole group discussion of the big picture overall. Let's hear your feedback overall of the choices that were presented. And then we went through each of the 5 choices and charted the pros and cons for each of them, and had the members go through and say, these are the pros, these are the cons, just to see if anything only had cons. And if it did, then we were going to take that one off the table, but none of them did, I will tell you that. The members of the committee were quite vocal. They did have a lot of input in talking through the different choices. Then we asked each member to vote for one of the 5 choices. And in the end, and that was done kind of a secret ballot choice, although members didn't always keep their ballots secret, but it was designed that way. And then we tallied the votes. There were 3 of the choices that received votes sent to the principals meeting, and those 3 options were taken back, tweaked again, and those were our final 3 options.
Yeah, because what we had to do, they weren't exactly what needed to happen based on our timing. So we just wanted to look at the concept, who go first, who goes second, who goes third. And so we wanted to bring it back to look at it one more time and do that analysis that we did before. So more in-depth review of that. And the committee did outstanding. I do want to thank the two ladies for helping us facilitate that. I think everybody had a voice there. I think our next steps, and I know you're going to speak in a minute, but we got some next steps that we need to do between now and the time it comes back to you for a recommendation. Ms. Howard.
So originally at this point we would be moving forward with a survey, but what we would like to request today is a pause. We would like to slow this process down. We would like to request additional time to review some concerns and issues that require further investigation. We have heard from a variety of stakeholders about some things that that have come up that we didn't anticipate. For example, you know, some of the things were talked about in the committee, but before and after care for children. We have also have instructional staff and support staff who work second jobs. And so if we have a high school employee who is working a second job and the late end is selected, it's going to impede their ability to get to a second job. We haven't discussed the +1 issue. We have not discussed what happens when a school with a late release time has to participate in an early release professional learning. And these are some things that require, and there are more, that require further study. Ongoing conversations need to take place, and we must get this right. So we are asking for additional time to get some more stakeholders involved and reconvene our committee, and then bring this back to you so that when it's done correctly.
So we were given 2 directives: to facilitate and get as many voices as possible in, and to do this in a timely fashion so that people can make plans. We are on track for that. We're prepared for whatever direction we're given.
All right, so the survey, give me the dates the survey was supposed to go out and end.
We are prepared to release this survey on Thursday, and that's what we were on track for, and it would have been open for 2 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah, we're looking for feedback as well. I mean, this committee did a recommendation. We're now looking for everybody else to provide their 2 cents, right?
Oh, yeah.
And then go through all
You're
of that.
You're going to get 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 cents. There's no shortage of schedules.
Sure.
You can create them infinite number of schedules. Could you, Greg, for just general public information, can you tell us what the schedule is now?
Yeah, I can currently right now. So we start with high school. High school starts at 7:26 a.m. They get out at 2:40 every day, except for early release days. Our elementary school goes second. They start at 7:56. They get out at 2:05. And then our middle school starts at 8:56 and gets out at 3:40.
Thank you for that. I know you have indicated a few times about the need to have a 45-minute separation.
Yes, sir.
Between, and as you called out those schedules, you said 7:26, then you said 7:56. I mean, that's only a 30-minute now. Is that?
That's accurate, because actually what we do is the first high school starts, we normally try to drop off at least 20, preferably 30 minutes prior to the bell time, so all students have an opportunity to eat the healthy breakfast that our Schoolway Cafe staff provide. And so it gives us enough time, but we're looking at 33 to 34 minutes in between. And over the last, I've been here 15 years, so over the last 10 years or so, we've been creeping upon the time that we had allocated in between our runs. And so we do need 40 minutes minimum. 45 is ideal, so we can get on time. And as a middle school principal, you're well aware of the cascading events. So if we're late for one, we're going to be late for the majority for our middle school at the end.
Whichever school is at the end.
Whoever it is. With the plan, with the 45 minutes that we should have for a 3-tier operation, we would be on time of each one of these, excluding major traffic issues or getting caught behind a train or something like that. You're going to be on time for those deliveries to get these children home on time daily.
And the other question that comes up from time to time is looking at other districts. Sure. And we are one of the few districts in the state that still have a 7-period middle school day, correct?
Yes.
And obviously, that adds a little bit of time to the school day. If you look at some other districts, you'll see where their middle school day is much shorter than ours. And that's obviously one of the reasons they have one fewer class period. We do have a lot of questions, I believe, from the board. And Ms. Cuthbert, you were first.
Ms. Albert, I would like to know how much time you're requesting to pause.
We are requesting at least 1 month. We would like to bring this back in April.
Okay. What does the district think about that?
Ms. Albert and I had a long conversation. It was our monthly meeting yesterday.
Okay.
And so, we discussed this in great detail. Both sides understand that we have to communicate to our community very early. But we do want to look at various options. You're absolutely right, Mr. Persis. A 6-period day, we can examine that. However, you don't need as many teachers because 7 periods are not being taught. But the conversation, it went in this direction. We have a teacher shortage anyway. And so if a school was going to lose teachers, they would not lose a position in our district. So we did have a long conversation with Jennifer Hogue and Tina Skipper, and they were going to look at other districts, how they manage a 6-period day. Some districts, for instance, the teachers teach 6 straight periods, and the 7th period is their planning. Depending on the time of the start of their day or the end of their day. Of course, you could not do that with middle school, so they would do, their first period would be planning, and the following periods would be just straight instruction. So those are things that we're certainly looking at.
Okay, is April enough time for us to get everything out to parents and get it into gear for next year? Is April feasible?
That is the question.
Okay.
That is the question. Like, as we said, we were given 2 parameters to follow that we've tried to do. We facilitated a conversation with multiple stakeholders, brought those back, and now
we've had some preliminary, very out of the box kind of conversations, and what we need to do is start to drill down and see what is actually reasonable and doable for Volusia County Schools. So we have to get the right people at the table at the right time to have these conversations, to know what has to be done in order to bring this back to you.
And at the same time, make sure we have a lot of different people who are going to have to make a lot of different plans. So we want to make sure we give them enough time.
And also, we're already working in transportation, working on summer school routes today. So we start our next school year routes in March. So, we have to come up with something, no later than April, so we can start planning and start building our routes for next school year.
Okay, so are we talking?
So we're at that's the time limit we're at right now. So if we extend 1 month, that's it. I mean, we have to move forward with what we have at that point in time, or we're going to be behind the curve in trying to establish our routes for next year.
So you're talking the first board meeting of April or April 1st? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm all for it. I mean, if you want extra time, and I've been an advocate for 6-period day at middle school for quite some time. So I think now's the time for innovation. Now's the time to look at it and examine it to make sure it is feasible. So that's fine with me.
Thank you, Ms. Cuthbert. Mr. Colon was next.
So first of all, I'd like to thank you guys for the work that you did. I do have a question. What was the makeup of the parents who were on this as far as grade levels?
So 2 of the parents had students at each grade level. They had an elementary, middle, and high school child in their family. The other one had an elementary child only.
Right. And then we had teachers that actually have children in the system as well. So I think we had a good variety of elementary, middle, and high students with the parents and teachers that actually were there as well.
And so as a board member, we were asked to recommend a member of our community, a parent, to serve on this board. And, in my Rubens, view, I focused on the fact this was elementary school day. Elementary, it was elementary. And at the end, the decisions and the outcome that came out of this work product, which again, I was there to see that it wasn't a rubber stamping kind of, it was genuinely people crunching numbers. But I think that we, as we go back so that we, I think we may have missed the mark because a lot of what the group came up with affects the high schools more than it did anyone else. And so in our reset and reconsidering, just something to ensure that we have enough of the voices because, again, I went to a high school because I realized on Sunday night, I haven't heard from students yet. And believe it or not, like I said earlier, that what the students had to say was not what I thought they were going to say. And so they are stakeholders as well. In the same fashion, our principals. I think that there's having spoken to probably close to 20 principals in the last day or so, I can tell you they've got a lot of concerns too. And they probably understand the operation a lot more than I will ever understand it, Mr. Persis, and fortunately some folks here will know it because they've worked there for a long time. But there are things I would never know, so because I don't know it, I have to go to them, and I can tell you that they have a lot to say on this subject, and we need to ensure that them as stakeholders also have a voice along with the research that's out there. The research, and I'm in medicine, big evidence-based person, but that is one stakeholder. And so, when I go to a high school and say to kids, you'd rather get here 7, 8:30, or 9, in my mind I'm thinking 8:30, no later than 9, and they say 7. It just didn't, it wasn't what I was expecting, so obviously I don't know what's best for them. And so again, we're all stakeholders, and I just, as we reset and reconsider, and again, and I've said it, I don't think it was something that was intentionally left out. It was just, and I'm a fan of, if now's the time to do it, let's do it. But we need to ensure that as a board, we're able to take in that feedback from everybody. And we're never going to make everybody happy. I'm okay with that, as long as I've got all the information I need and can sleep at night knowing that everybody has been listened to. So just something to take back as we sort of reset our thoughts.
And that's exactly why I think we want that extra 30 days.
Agreed.
Thank you.
That.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Colon. Anyone else want to weigh in at the moment? Ms. Haynes.
So if you're given the extra month, what's the plans in order to collect the additional information? Would there be a survey released with specific questions to collect additional information? Because if it's just going to be another meeting, we're still not hitting all the stakeholders or giving everyone a voice. And I know that we're not going to make everyone happy because everyone has a unique situation that we could not even foresee what their unique situation is. And I'm not opposed to giving more time and having an opportunity for more people to put in input, but how are we going to go about that? Because if we're just going to push off 1 month, but there's no way to collect that data to truly make an informed decision, then why would we push off for a month?
So we've already started the conversations, and we already have some research in the works where we reached out to a few of our staff members, and they're looking at some options for us. I didn't know how in depth we were going to share tonight, but we don't want to ensue panic across the district. We don't want anyone to assume we're already setting something in motion. We are looking at a variety of options. We also want to make sure that whatever change occurs, it does no harm. Certainly, we don't want to put a roadblock or a barrier in place to someone who has a second job, and they count on that income. They need to have the ability to obtain that. So there are definitely some other things that we need to explore. We won't know how far we need to proceed until we get this information back that we've already set in motion. I know I'm being very vague, but I can't really give you the answer that you're necessarily looking for because we already have some feelers out, and until we get that information back, we're looking at we're looking at state statutes, we're looking at minutes, time, we're thinking about contingency plans for inclement weather. All those kind of things have to be thought through. So
I agree, and also we would look at how we're going to start getting the information from our community back to us. So do we hold, community meetings, at different high schools and those type of things? Those are planning things that we'll be looking forward to once we get this additional 30 days and work through Mr. Russell to make sure that we have that plan put together, and you'll be updated on that.
I kind of envision too, when we put the survey out with the times, just by the vote, that's going to tell us what the community members want and give them that input. I don't know how we would survey 64,000 people and get open opinions and put all of that data together to say, now here is the perfect schedule. But if our committee creates 3 very diverse schedules or more, maybe we decide that we need more options, then just by voting for those, that gives us the bigger picture of more stakeholders. I think one of the things that the time will be helpful for is to answer those questions of, we can take each scenario that we're going to put out there and say, if this is the one that we go with, what do teacher hours look like? What does the early release professional learning look like? And we can give us time to do the research on that and present the whole picture.
So will you put out a survey within the 30 days to collect any information or not?
Yeah.
Yes. So you would?
Yeah. So let me just make sure I understand what you're saying. So because I've answered yes before and found that I wish I had more information. So does the 30 days include putting out a survey to provide you all with information of this is what people prefer? Yes. Are you talking about a 2-phase approach to a survey, like we put out an initial, get information, present that to the committee, then get recommendations for times, then have them vote on times?
I'm open to that. I mean,
do you have a suggestion?
I
mean, do you have, I'm not, just, what do you
I
say?
actually shared some ideas with Mr. Russell, and he hasn't had time to get me the answers back from yesterday's conversation. Here's what I'm going to say. As I said, it will never work for everyone. And yes, I hear about the part, with teachers with second jobs, and I understand that piece. But I also understand that whatever scenario we pick, we have to make sure our children are safe. And having taught from pre-K through 12th, I don't want a scenario, I don't think the community would vote for it, but I don't want a scenario where we have young children at home because parents have gone to work, there's no morning care, or they can't afford an additional cost, and we have 5, 6, 7-year-olds having to get themselves out the door because maybe they did have an older sibling or a high school kid next door, that mom could have worked something out with, but we've already sent all of them to school. And do you mind if I go ahead and say what one of my suggestions was? I asked, why can't middle and high go at the same time?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I know that you're going to try to give me a reason, but I looked at it mathematically, okay? Because K through 5 is 6th grade levels, but you have to add that pre-K component because a lot of our sites have pre-K ESE that are being bused, and those students require special busing and things like that. Those buses are not full. So we're running buses for 7th grade levels to go to 40-some elementary schools that are predominantly starting at one time. So when you go to 6 through 12, yes, it's 7 grade levels, but also we have a percentage of those high school kids that are driving themselves. Now, not when I was necessarily in high school, but if you look at our parking lots now, they're full of student vehicles, so we've got a lot of those kids not riding the bus. And I know we can't guarantee that they're all, every year the same percentage is going to drive, But I did ask the question, why couldn't we bus middle and high to start at the same time? You know, because we're busing 40-some elementary schools pretty much to start at the same time or within a 5 to 10 minute difference, which I thought could possibly be part of alleviating these large spans on when you're looking at starting and ending times.
Yeah, and that's a wonderful question. And what I would like you to do is come by transportation so I can show you how we actually build routes. So when you look at elementary school, very small zone, middle school a little bit bigger, high school is the largest zone. Then we have choice, then we have ESEs, and we got a lot of different buses going through those operations. When we start looking at middle and high schools, they're not next to each other 90% of the time. So to have those all to start at the same time, you need to be able to cover enough students that ride those routes, and I can give you the numbers. I think I have them here. So high school, we transport in zone 7,656 students. Middle school, 7,472 students currently right now. Their geographical areas are a little bit different. So to start them at the same time, you need 2 separate buses for all of those schools going into those. The majority of buses we have go into middle and high school, and then we spread out for the elementary school. So you have 1s and 2s and up to 10 at some of our elementary schools. I'll do the analysis for you, and I'll show you how many more operators and how many more buses we would potentially need to have a start time just for middle and high school at the same time. But they would have to have the same dismissal time as well, right? So you can do the same operation reverse for a 2-tier. But I'll give you that information. But those are the numbers that we would be looking at. We transport 6,447 elementary students. So you're talking about double the number of middle and high school students running at the same time. But I'll give you the analysis. I'll do it for you.
Okay. Those numbers don't make sense.
That's exactly what we transport every day, so to school.
Because where do all the additional kids come when we hit middle and high?
So what we have is 46 elementary schools. Then you've got 14, right? You take 46 into 14, then 14 into 10. So your numbers increase as you go to middle and high schools. Those numbers are larger at our high schools. 3,000 kids at a high school. You got 450, 500 at an elementary school. So you're spreading them out and you're bringing them all together.
I know, but if you take, and I know about your bus routes, having done summer program, but I'm just saying if you take 7 elementaries that feed into 1 middle, that then feed into one, or they may feed into 2 middles and then feed into a high school, the kids the numbers are still there because you add the 7 elementaries together. We don't double our population for middle and high. We double it at that school site because we don't have them spread out over 40-some schools. But that was just one of my questions.
Sure, and I'll give you the analysis.
It's
geographical
have to do with
areas.
Neighborhoods.
It does.
More in the walk zones for elementary. I don't know if that's the...
I'll show you. I mean, if you want to spend some time over transportation with me, I can set up a couple of hours and I'll kind of show you exactly what it looks like, and I'll do the analysis for the board. I'll get it to you.
And that was just, one more suggestion because, there's the whole safety thing about kids being in the dark. There's the whole safety thing about children being left home alone. And we don't live in the society today that we used to live in, but we do have a larger number of kids driving themselves than I think.
We do. When we start looking at arrival times or pickup times for elementary schools, right now our ESE population, current time that we gave you a few minutes ago for elementary school, we start picking up at 6:30 in the morning. So we already have elementary students out there in the dark currently right now with their parents waiting for us to pick them up. Regular ed students are at 7 a.m. And then we arrive at the schools at 7:30 currently right now. So we start looking at some of these times. We always will have students that are in the dark at a bus stop currently now.
But I also know with your elementary sites that if it's the case of an ESE student, 9 times out of 10 you have possibly a door-to-door pickup for them.
A few, not as many as you think anymore, but right.
But closer because of circumstances and the type of bus you're using and to make sure they're picked up. I do want to hear from what everyone wants. Sure. And we're not going to make, there's scenarios out there we'll never think of, okay? And we'll never be able to provide a solution for it. I'm open to the additional month as long as when we're collecting information. And I'm not opposed to 2 surveys. A survey to find out information, to build the times, or go ahead and put the times out. And if you want to put 5 times out and get feedback, and then go from what that is. But I want all the details to be there. I want everybody to know, yes, here's what bus times are going to look like, but here's what teacher times are going to look like, or what time the office specialists have to be there, and here's what time people will be allowed to, leave, or your day will be over. Because when we just put the student hours, we're not encompassing all of the other parts. And then I think that's what causes the anxiousness and anxiety, because everybody's like, well, I know this. And so people make assumptions. They're like, oh, well, we'll go in 15 minutes before that, and the thought maybe, you'll go in 25 minutes before, or you'll stay 30 minutes after. So I just think we need to be very detailed with it.
I think that I'm just going to throw my opinion out here. A month is very realistic to build all of those details around the proposed schedules that we have, or even increase it to those schedules that weren't voted on. I do get few heart palpitations at the idea of 2 surveys and collecting that data, because I am now very well educated in what it takes to build a survey for 64,000 people. So I think we can gather a lot of information. One of the things Mr. Russell asked very early on was for PTA members, or PTA chairs and SAC chairs, to gather concerns and questions from PTAs and SAC. We got those from the SAC members, but the PTA was still gathering those, so we will have those available as well.
That's great. Thank you.
Ms. Wright.
When you're looking at your instrument, if you really want honest feedback, keep it short. Right. Keep it short. Just give them options, or ask for what they recommend. But I would attach some other districts' calendar, because I don't think people really do understand that most other districts already have the time built into their schedule. So providing them something to look at and reference when they're conducting their survey, I think would be helpful.
That's a good suggestion.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Okay, when you say the month, I know tomorrow or this week, you were going to start at Thursday, you said. So Thursday is February 14th. The month is March 14th. That happens to coincide with the end of the third 9 weeks, right? It's spring break starts right then? 15th. Yeah. So is your idea to do the study it or come up with more recommendations in 2 weeks and then put the survey out the last 2 weeks before the break? Because
Mr. Persis, I think we might need more time than just 2 weeks. I believe the intention is to bring something back to the board the first meeting in April, and have those conversations then.
Well, you're going to have to do the survey before the school board meeting in April, and the first school board meeting in April is what, the 10th or 12th? I'm not sure what it is. So I'm just saying, you could. You could study it for the rest of the year, and you could do a survey all summer.
But
and still, you're going to come back, and someone's going to say, "You didn't listen to me. You didn't give me a chance." I mean, that's the way it's going to be. It's just it's the nature of this beast. We have had the same schedule for 25 years, and people are dug in, and it's going to be a change. And it's going to affect their lives. And yes, and that's why the earlier we let them know, the best thing we can do, I'm telling you, is not create the perfect schedule, because we can't. We just can't do it. But the best thing we could do is give them as much notice so they have time to make all the accommodations that they need for their family. Because as I was looking at all these things, the high school parents, they want this. Do they care about the elementary schedule? No, because they don't have any elementary kids anymore. So they're looking at it from where they sit with their child and their family, and that's the schedule they're going to vote for. And that's okay, because we don't expect parents to have a global perspective on this thing. They're going to do what's right for their family. Obviously, they're not going to vote for a schedule that will make their life miserable. or something that they think it's going to be harmful for their children. I mean, one of the things that I hear mostly is keep the elementary schedule time the way it is and flip-flop high school and middle school. I mean, you know, that's not rocket science, but I mean, and if Greg says you need 45 minutes or 40, well, I always start at the top.
Right.
And so if you're going to say high school is going to start at 9, then the next one is 8:15, and the next one is 7:30. I mean, it's not really that hard when you want to just get into keeping elementary similar to where it is, because most of the pushback's going to come from those parents, rightfully so, little children concerned about safety, fine. The middle school's been the last starting school forever, and high school's been the first starting school forever. So it just seems to me that if you want a month, you know, have a month, but trust me, at the end of the month, someone's going to come in and say, we need more time, or we didn't think about this, or nobody asked me, and you guys got to, and I know personally, I'm fine with it. I'm fine creating a schedule that's not going to please everybody. I mean, we got to do what's right for children. And it's not so much everyone else, but if, in fact, the research says that we should be starting high school later, then you know, that's where I want to go. And so to me, if high school is starting later and elementary is staying about where it is, because, you know, that's where we have so many schools and so many employees, and it'd probably be the least disruptive as far as teachers go and employees and parents, then it just seems to me we need to work around it. We need to work around the elementary day. In the elementary day, you could move it up. By up, I mean later, maybe start at 8, 8:05, 8:10. All of that is, you know, all of that is not such a move that it creates a great hardship. But something close to that, I wouldn't make it start any earlier for the same reasons that what Jamie said. If we already have kids out there at 6:30 for elementary school, you know, you wouldn't want them out there at 6 o'clock. So to me, you know, it's that's where we need to go, and I'm not, you know, I'm just one vote up here. I'm just trying to guide you and help you, because you're trying to be very good and you're trying to be inclusive and reach out to everybody, and I think that's wonderful. But you know, just caution that at the end there has to be an end. You know, there has to be a day when you say, that's it. You know, I think everybody knows in this district that we're looking at schedules, and if anybody wants to offer one,
yeah, let me know.
That's
so
what
if
you're
I
saying.
could, respectfully,
yeah,
doing what's right for kids means doing what's right for teachers as well, and support staff and the people that work in our schools.
Well,
and
but I don't want to miss Albert. Miss Albert, I have the floor. You don't. Yes, we are going to do what's right for our students. At the end of the day, this board will make that final decision. If this board, and I'm going to ask the board now, you need to let me know so we can direct them how much more time you want to give them to do another committee meeting. I guess you're going to need, as well as time, 2 weeks. You need 2 weeks to do a survey from the time you roll it out. So the original schedule was February 14th through February 28th.
Right.
And then after February 28th, what was supposed to happen?
Then we were to bring all of the information to
the workshop. March 10th or whatever. 12th.
So you're going to bring it to the workshop. So then what I think what we're saying is rather than do that at the March 12th workshop, we'd be doing this at the first workshop in April.
April 9th.
April 9th is the date. So
that's where I'm confused. Will
okay.
we be doing it at a workshop in April, or will we be voting on it in April so that parents and everybody, teachers would know to move forward? That's where I was confused by the April date.
Okay, fine. We thought we would do it at a workshop setting so that we could talk about it really. I mean, this made, we're spending a lot of time on it right now, so that we would have a workshop setting and to come up with, kind of ask the questions and come up with a schedule that we think is the one. And then it would be on a school board meeting for parents and everyone to weigh in. So we're not going to do anything without parent input here. But in order to extend this 1 month, you see what I'm saying? It would be April 12th, and then it may not be till, would that be April 26th? If we, have to make a formal, it'd be 2 weeks after the April 26th vote. Or, were you going to say just add it to the afternoon?
I was going to say have the workshop to give the board ample time to have a discussion that morning and then vote on it that evening.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And my only, the only thing about that is when we advertised it, it would just have to say something about we couldn't say what the times were because we wouldn't have known what the board wants to do. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we could have the item there.
That's true. That's true.
We could have the item there. People want to weigh in on it, and Connie's having a fit here. So go ahead, Connie. What?
We're not having a workshop on April 9th because those are the charter. That's the charter schools.
Oh.
So there is no workshop on April 9th.
Well, there you go. Because that's the charter school application day?
Yes. And they're going to have 3.
We have 3.
It'll start at 8:30 in the morning.
Yikes. Okay, so then we're not going to be doing a school day workshop on April the 9th.
So, Mr. Chair, if we're giving them a month, are you telling me that you all can't come back on March 12th with some recommendations? Because that's a month.
Well, see, that's the plan we have now. The plan we have now was the survey goes out February the 14th. Results comes back February 28th. They go through all that, and then they bring it to us on March the 12th. That's the current plan. Now, the only thing, I don't know, Rachel, if you moved it back, that would be like 2 weeks to push it back. You could probably do something like that to end it by March the 10th. But, we have spring break then from March the 15th, 16th, 17th through the 24th. You have that last week in March.
If we stick to March, I can't do 2 surveys.
No, that's fine.
Okay, that's all I want to know.
And it would delay. It would mean the survey does not go out this week, which I am in total agreement. We need to provide people with more information, like teacher start times and that type of thing, and we are not prepared to do that on Thursday. What we were prepared to do were the start and end times that the committee recommended.
Okay, so let me ask you this then, so we can just kind of get this calendar straight now, because it seems like we're pushing it back and pushing it back and pushing it back, and the one thing we just were wanting to do was to get it out there so people can make the changes that they need to make and make everything work out for them. So the other way of doing it is what is to prevent us from having a workshop the second meeting in April.
That would be April 30th.
The second meeting in April is April 30th?
Yes.
Wow. And then do what we just said, have the meeting to vote in the afternoon. Yes?
And if we don't finish
the charter schools.
That's going to be on the 30th and not a workshop.
Yeah.
We're checking to see if if charters are coming on the 9th. They're checking for us right now.
Okay, great.
They are. They already contacted me yesterday.
Okay, so that's a definite, and that's a block of time that we can't really add anything more. I know you all will want to weigh in. Yes, go ahead, Ms. Cuthbert, and then Mr. Colon. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is extremely important that we have the time to digest it for information. We're dealing with all the departments in the district. We're dealing with almost all of our parents and all of our students. It is worth the time. I suggest we have an additional meeting, either the 2nd of April or a week after the 9th, or on the 16th. Is that spring break, April? Spring break?
March is spring break.
I thought March.
Oh, you're right.
So the 2nd, our conference starts on the 3rd. So I'm thinking more of the 16th.
Oh, hold on. Training for us is the 2nd.
Well, that's what I just said. That's probably better to do it on the 16th. To me, it's worth this wait. It's worth it that the 5 of us can rearrange our schedule so the rest of the district, the parents and the students, can have their time.
I'm just talking with the superintendent. Okay.
Or it doesn't even have to be on a Tuesday. It can be a different day. Correct,
but we would need to. But I think that's a great idea. And then were you headed toward a workshop sometime before April the 9th, and then on April the 9th have it on the agenda at the school board meeting?
Well, I thought
is that what you're thinking? No, we're doing the charter school during the workshop time.
The charter schools are going to start at 8:30.
Yeah, 8:30 on the 9th. It can go on all day. All day. That's the 9th.
Okay, so then what you're saying is adding a workshop and a school board meeting.
Yes, and the workshop can be like 2 hours before the meeting and do it all at once and take care of it. It's worth it to me to give people the time and the information.
Okay, let the superintendent kind of analyze that a second as far as possibilities here.
What about adding a workshop then on March 26th when we already have a school board meeting?
Okay.
And then it doesn't conflict with.
Well, let me ask Rachel, because you don't want to have a workshop until she has all her information. So Ms. Haynes suggested March 26th.
You think? Yeah. Can you work within March 26th? I think we could get the information within that we needed before March 26th.
Okay, and you're aware there's spring break the week before that, and classes come back March 25th.
I don't know. That's kind of pushing it.
I just don't want you to commit to something that is going to be too hard for you. That's all.
I mean, we can do it on Monday, April Fool's Day, if you want.
There is that concern we have with spring break, and I don't have a problem having a survey open during spring break, but I don't know how many people would vote.
Well, if they're passionate enough about it, they were going to vote. So, and I think if we get the message out there, they'll vote. That's what I think.
Okay, and I know as soon as we start to add a meeting or change a meeting time, everyone's starting to look at their calendars now to say, oh no, that's not good for me, that's not good for me. But perhaps we can work out something. Sticking with the idea from Ms. Cuthbert, I think for right now, of having something prior to April the 9th. That's the idea. We can't do it April 9th now with charter schools. That could take up the entire day. And then if the next meeting, well, of course, we could have a meeting between April the 9th and April the 30th, too. That's another option, Ms. Cuthbert, rather than if we can't squeeze it in 7 days before April 9th, maybe there's an opportunity 7 days after April 9th. where we can do it.
So the problem
Mr.
with
Aiken.
pushing it farther in April, it's less time for my staff to start building these routes. So
I knew you were going to say that.
Ideally, we would like to have something from the board, no later than the first board meeting in April. That'll give us about a 2-week delay. I mean, we'll already be behind, but
Right.
we'll be able to catch up at that point in time.
Right. I hear you, but if you can just work with the board
Sure.
here, and
Oh, I hear you. I understand.
We're not going to drag it
Right.
out. Trust me. We're trying to make it as early as possible, at the same time be sensitive
Mm-hmm.
to giving you all the time that you need.
Did I hear it say April 2nd was off the board? I know it's starting to sound like an auction.
That would be a
April
week earlier,
1st.
correct?
That gives you another weekend, April 1st.
April 2nd is a Tuesday.
No, you have training.
I thought I
And
heard it
so
was
April
off.
2nd's off. April 2nd's off. It doesn't have to be on a Tuesday.
Be Monday the 1st.
I cannot do the first, the closing.
What about
How-
is the 5th a Friday? Quick, maybe.
April
quick
5th
start?
is a Friday. April 4th.
There's a Florida
Bad
School
day.
Board Association conference in Tallahassee,
They're in Tallahassee, April 4th, so that's not good.
3rd through the 5th.
So that brings us into the next week.
How about 8th?
What about March 29th?
March 29th is fine.
That would give us all that week after we came back to Friday.
March 29th, Friday, March 29th. Let everyone look at their calendars. 'Cause
Fine with me?
Are we thinking afternoon?
Whatever time we're open, whatever.
So I can do any time after 1 on the 29th. Or noon, for that matter. I've got a morning.
Ms. Wright, what about you on the 29th? Ms. Haynes, 29th, Ms. Cuthbert, the 29th, Mr. Superintendent.
So we would have, for instance, the workshop from 2 to 4 could carry over to 4:30. Start the board meeting at 5:30.
Just like, yeah.
There you go.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Is it just gonna be a special meeting for
A
this?
special meeting.
Just for
that'll be
this.
the only topic.
Just for this. And the workshop just for this.
Would we need a workshop then? We could just have a special meeting for?
No, I think we need to
Yeah,
talk this so that we're not here.
yeah, I agree, because I would like to kind of go over everything.
Everything.
Yes,
And
sir.
we need all three of you back
yes,
in
sir.
however many more.
Right.
I would prefer
Wish-
start at 2. Give us a little
Yeah,
squeeze time.
2.
2 o'clock.
March 29th at
Yes.
We're gonna say 2 to 4. Okay, 2 to 4. If we have, and the school board meeting at 5:30, which gives us a lot of leeway in case we go over. We're not gonna stop the workshop until you all are happy. Mr. Cologne.
And so I'll make one last point. And, the folks that are going to have to deal with this are our principals when this is all said and done. And so I believe that if we ask them, they'll help us make good decisions because they are the ones that know those stories. They are the ones that have heard it from the parents. They are the ones that also, and so I think their voice is definitely one that can help us. I think we've covered parents in part and inequitably, but we did. I just, they know those stories, and I learned that yesterday by speaking to them. They already knew what I had already heard. So, thank you.
Ms. Albert, would you like to say something now?
I like you, Mr. Persis. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak
I like
to you
you, too.
again. Thank you. I do know that you are running this meeting, and I respect that. However, I could not miss an opportunity to remind everyone that teachers are the most influential factor in the positive academic outcomes of the children. You know that.
I absolutely
You
agree with
certainly
you.
know that. And so, had to make sure I made everyone aware of that. So
That's
thank
your
you.
job. That's your job.
Appreciate that.
You do it well. I'm sorry. What were you trying to ask me?
Do we need to vote on adding the meeting, or can it just be consensus, or?
I think we should vote on it.
Do we have to vote on allowing a 1-month extension?
No, we don't. We don't have to do that.
Was that on the contract though? So was there a deadline on the contract that made us know? No, okay.
No. All right. So what we are, let's all get on the same page because we've talked about a lot of things. I want to make sure I'm on the right page. So are we The last thing we said was the 29th.
29th.
That was a Friday
2 o'clock.
at 2 o'clock. It's going to seem odd having a meeting at Friday night here at the school board. When's the last time there was a Friday night meeting at a school board?
It's a new day.
It is a new
Off
day.
the street.
It is a new day. Well, Thursday there was a problem. Somebody had a problem, right?
There's an event of some kind.
No, we never mentioned Thursday. We just mentioned Friday.
Well, let Ms. Wright check. Ms. Cuthbert, can you check real quick? Thursday. On March 28th.
March 28th.
Well, I'm thinking if you want parents to come too, Friday nights, I don't know, it's not the best.
There's games. There's events. Friday night.
So,
Is that okay? So Mr.
yes, I can make
Cologne's okay,
changes.
Ms. Cuthbert's
yeah,
okay.
28th is fine.
Ms. Haynes, are you okay? Mr. Superintendent?
Yes, sir.
Ms.
So
Wright?
if Thursday, is it possible to do it later if we talk about parents and all of that at 4?
Well, we want to. Could we do the workshop still at 2, like 2 to 4, and then start the meeting at 5:30 again?
Yeah, sounds good.
Is that going to be okay?
Sure. Thursday.
That's the plan.
Is everybody okay with that? The same schedule we were going to do on that Friday. 2 to 4, the workshop. 5:30, the meeting.
Sounds good.
Thursday the 28th.
We need to know, I think, if it works for them.
Anything works for me.
I have obligation on the, so if that's the fourth Thursday of the month, I do have a conflict.
I don't know if it's the 4th or the
That's
5th.
the 5th.
If it's the fifth,
The
I'm good.
5th.
Yay!
That's the 4th.
It,
So back on Friday.
Do you have a conflict at that time?
6 o'clock.
Even with
I don't
2
mind
months'
Friday.
notice,
I don't
maybe
mind
you
Friday
could,
either.
you could,
Why
I
not just-
could explore options.
There we go. That would be nice, Miss Albert, if
Well,
you
you're
could do that.
flexing for me, so, yeah.
That would be very nice. Okay, so I need someone to make a motion to have an additional school board workshop and an additional school board meeting on March 28th.
I thought we were talking about Friday.
So we're not doing Friday.
We're going to do Thursday because Miss Albert's going to try to work it out.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I recommend that we have a special meeting to talk about the elementary school day on Thursday, March 28th from 2 to 4 workshop, and a special school board meeting at 5:30.
For that same singular
Same time.
purpose.
Yes.
Okay. That's a motion and a second by Ms. Wright. Now, further discussion or clarification. Mr. Cologne, did you have a thought?
At this meeting, can we have representation from each of the different grade levels? In other words, if I'm an elementary principal, I'll be the voice for so that they're also at the table.
If you
It's a
would like
workshop
for me to
setting.
ask the committee members to come as well. What I'm picturing, Mr. Cologne, and I just want to make sure, like, I hate to revisit any old topics, but I want to recap and make sure I understand. We're charged with completing the work before then, correct? So one of the things that we had done with the survey that it is built to do is to report out not a total 64,000 people responded, but it would report out this many community members responded, and here was the percentage that liked what option. This many elementary principals responded, and here were their comments and their suggestions. This many high school principals, this many middle school principals, and parents, and all of the identifiers tell us the level based on the survey and have the opportunity to make the comments. So we can give you a very clear picture of their voice. I can also, just from what you said, was in picturing tasking the principals that we have, and I think I said 6 principals earlier, but it's actually 7. We have 2 elementary, 2 middle, 2 high school, and 1 middle high school combo that's representing. And we can task them with reaching out to their principals within their areas and getting feedback from them to speak, and I can ask them to be here.
Right, and since we're going to be in a workshop setting, so that's a little bit less informal or it is less informal, and so at that point they're also at the table. I mean, that's my my suggestion since we're talking suggestions.
Yeah, it sounds like you already have representatives from those groups, so you could just invite those people.
Sure.
It's not mandatory, but if they could come, that'd be great. Great. All right, further discussion on this motion of adding an additional workshop and an additional school board meeting on Thursday, March the 28th. The workshop to begin at 2 o'clock, the school board meeting to begin at 5:30, and the only issue we'll have on the workshop agenda would be the schedule, and to discuss the schedules and ask questions of all the people who have helped collect the data, and then we'll end the workshop, and then we'll reconvene the school board meeting at 5:30, and it'll be Pledge Allegiance and right into it, okay? Sure. And we'll have the public speak first, and then it'll come back to us, and then we'll make a vote. That sound okay?
That's good.
Good? All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, and so it's unanimous, and good luck.
Thank you. You're relieved of duties, Mr. Aiken. Go on.
I got one more presentation here.
Oh, my. I'm sorry.
17.02.
I'm sorry, Mr. Aiken.
What presentation is that?
Okay. Is Dana Page Pender still here? She is. All right, good. Our next item is 15.01. It's Human Resources Update, Administrative Appointments.
No appointments.
No appointments, but an update, yes. We look forward to these updates all the time.
Good evening, Chairman Persis, school board members, Superintendent Russell. One of the most important things that any organization can do is recognize the talents of the hardworking employees. And sometimes in an organization this size, it's hard to know all of the great things that are happening out in our schools and departments every day. So to that end, we're rolling out a new program. It's a new recognition program, Great People, Great Deeds. So starting on February 18th on our district homepage, you will see this slide that pops up, and there will be a link. We are inviting students, parents, staff members, community members to nominate Volusia County Schools employees who are dedicated to the vision and students of Volusia County Schools. So when you click on that Nominate Someone link, you will see a page. You will get a nomination form, and it will have a few short questions on it, the name of the staff member that you think deserves recognition, the position, and you may not have the exact position, but as much information as possible, because there are a lot of people in the district with the same name. You may put John Smith, and we may have 7 or 8 John Smiths in the district, so the more information you can give us, the better. The school or department that they work in, and then a short blurb as to what this person has done as a Volusia County Schools employee to exhibit heart, commitment, and kindness. Then you'll enter your name, your best contact information, and there will be a committee that will get together every month. They will go through the nominations, and they will select an individual, and it will be on a rolling basis. So of the nominations, we may have 50 come in one month, one is selected, and the other 49 may roll to the next month for consideration. But what will happen then is this Ms. Schultz and her crew will go out and do a 1-minute video on the employee, and there will be a Great Deeds, Great People page, and you will be able to see who won for that particular month. And there'll be an archive, so you can see, you can look back at months, and it will be there for the year, and we'll start again with the following year. But we really want to recognize the great people as a part of our retention plan with Volusia County Schools. And now Mr. Hovis is going to share an exciting event that we have coming up.
I just want to talk a quick second on our instructional job fair. We're excited that it's coming up. It's scheduled for April the 19th. We're currently accepting applications in all certification areas. The information and all the details can be found on the district's homepage or contacting the Office of Recruitment and Retention at extension 20168. I just wanted to share that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Hovis.
Yes, sir.
Where did you say this was taking place?
I'm sorry?
Where?
Well, it's by invitation only. We over the last couple of years we've held it at the Ocean Center,
Yes.
so we can really showcase some of the beaches and the other side of Volusia County.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Okay. Good. I'm glad we are starting as early as possible to get folks here. Question from Mr. Colon.
So can we bundle this by reaching out to our chambers and seeing if they will partner with us? And we saw this in an example in Osceola County. So they partner with their chambers to do a similar thing. And so in addition to it being Ms. Schultz and her camera team, the chamber members, bring, they donate something to this individual to acknowledge them. And the other thing is, can we have one for East Side, West Side? So we've got 7,000 employees, and to do 12 a month versus doing 24 a month in a district our size to acknowledge one person, that'd be real hard. Yeah, that's a lot of applications you're going to be passing by. So that's another thing. Is there a character limit on how long the spiel can be in that recommendation? Because a lot of times what I notice, and this happens in our world, is the person who can eloquently write the best 12-page speech is usually the one that's going to be the winner, because the person who truly said, this person is just awesome, well, that wasn't quite as long. And so if you're limited to a certain number of characters to express that, then it takes away the writing ability of the person who's really trying to say, Miss Linda's awesome.
Right. And that's why we tried to give them a little bit of a prompt, like what did they do to exhibit that, so you can't just say she's awesome. But we will make sure there's not a 12-page ability.
Yeah, that he does bring up a good point, though, about there are so many amazing employees out there, and it is going to be a difficult task for the committee. And I don't know whether I think you're grouping them all together, so support staff as well as instructional staff. So you're not having one support and one instructional. It's whatever. So, but I think it's a step in the right direction, absolutely, to give recognition to those outstanding people. What are your thoughts, Mr. Superintendent?
Well, we actually stole the idea from a district up in Virginia after reading a white paper from Gallup, saying these are the things that districts need to do. And I'm open to having a school personnel and district personnel. We can have multiple. We can look at that, because you're right. It's going to take off slowly, and then once people get that, really know how it works, it'll increase in size. So, those are things we can look at. But we wanted to launch next week, and it's very important at this time of year because we have so many college students. I know we have crew up in the Pittsburgh area and all that, and we're recruiting all over, that we have things like this archived.
Yeah. No, I think it's great. I think it's great what the teachers union does now, and with their what's it called, Spotlight, the Solidarity Report and the Spotlight feature, and you feature a different teacher every week, and it's just great. I mean, it's just great. There isn't anything wrong with any of this. It's all positive. So if there's just something else to add to it, that's great. We got to start. So why don't we just start, and then see how this rolls out for this year, and then if we want to make some changes, perhaps we'll hear some feedback. Definitely agree with Mr. Colon on the limiting the amount, though. Whatever that is, 200 words or 500 characters or whatever, however you do that, because
and don't forget the East Side, West Side suggestion, please.
Yeah, East Side, West Side, and then of course you're going to say South Side, and
I'm going to say instructional, non-instructional.
That's true.
Yeah, instructional, non-instructional. We'll let you all think about that, and you all can come back.
But we will launch it next week.
Okay, that sounds good. Launch. Any other updates from HR? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Hurrah.
All right, our next item here is item 16.01. And Mr. Pender, looks like we have you down for the next two items here, 16.01 and 16.02. Discipline regarding attendance and discipline regarding transportation.
Good evening, Chairman Persis, school board members, and Mr. Russell. Today, we have two requests concerning student discipline. For the first request, a recommendation is made to the superintendent that he requests the board to extend a suspension on students Alpha ID 1 RZQF, 1 TGSE, 1 PQGT, 1 TWZ, 1 TUBW, 1 TUFL, 1 SYIQ, 1 SCRB, 1 TMZT, 1 SNNK, 1 WWCU, 1 TWYG, and 1 RTMB from school attendance through February 26, 2019 for the purpose of further study and evaluation.
The superintendent recommends the board extend the suspension of the aforementioned students from school attendance through February 26, 2019 for the purpose of further study and evaluation.
Thank you. You've heard the recommendation. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Cologne, seconded by Ms. Wright. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And those opposed? And the motion carries unanimously. Mr. Pender?
All right. For the second request, a recommendation is made to the superintendent that he requests the board to extend the suspension on students Alpha ID 1P MRX, 1 VZYH, and 1 UIBC from school-sponsored transportation through February 26, 2019 for the purpose of further study and evaluation.
Thank you.
The superintendent recommends the board extend the suspension of the aforementioned students from school-sponsored transportation through February 26, 2019 for the purpose of further study and evaluation.
Thank you. You've heard the recommendation. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Ms. Wright makes the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Haynes, thank you for seconding. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, and the motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Pender. We're going to take a 10-minute break. 10-minute break. Thank you. Okay, we're going to reconvene our meeting. We're also going to just change the order of things here just a bit. Instead of item 17.02, instead of item 17.01, we're going to be moving on to 17.02, and then we'll go back to 17.01. And our presenter for 17.02 is Mr. Greg Aiken.
Greg Aiken, Chief Operating Officer, Chairman, board members, Mr. Russell. Thank you for this opportunity. This evening, I have a request for advertisement for policy 702, which is our purchasing policy. When we have federal funds that are awarded to the school district under a grant, there are certain requirements under 2 CFR Part 200.110 and CFR Title 48, Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Part 2 that we have to follow. And those are guidelines on how we can spend those funds and who can allocate the amount of those dollar amounts for those grants. This policy reflects those changes in both of those CFRs for your recommendation to include in our policy for advertisement at this time.
Okay, so we're not we're not choosing to vote to adopt anything, just to advertise.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and Mr. Superintendent?
The superintendent recommends authorization to advertise the proposed amendments to School Board Policy 702, purchasing.
Thank you. You've heard the recommendation. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we advertise these proposed amendments.
Thank you,
Policy 702.
Ms. Cuthbert, thank you. We have a motion, a second.
Second.
From Ms. Haynes. Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, and the motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Aiken, and get well. Get well. Need some rest. Okay, and now we can move back to 17.01, and Ms. Muller and Mr. Wolf, is that?
Yes.
And we appreciate you all allowing Mr. Aiken to go in front of you.
I just don't want to sit in his chair that he was sitting in. Yes, I'm Deb Muller, Chief Financial Officer, and we have with us Mr. Keith Wolf from the Auditor General's office, and he's here to present the CAFR to us as of June 30th, 2018. As you know, every third year we have the audit performed by the AG's office instead of our a regular audit firm. So that is June 30th, 2018 was
and
the year.
maybe, Ms. Muller, you could explain what CAFR stands for, so people out there.
I will actually let Mr. Wolf discuss that.
All right,
since
Mr.
he will
Wolf.
be presenting.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Chairpersons, board members, and Mr. Russell.
And if you could just pull that a little closer to you, it's got to get right to your mouth.
I'd rather not. But I don't really like public speaking, but it comes with the job. Yeah, I'm here. I work for the Auditor General. I am the audit supervisor for the DeLand office. Like Ms. Muller said, we do the audit every 3 years per statute. Section 1145. Paragraph 2, subparagraph E states that every 3 years the Auditor General will conduct a financial audit of district school boards in counties that have populations of 150,000 or more, according to the most recent federal decennial statewide census. So as Ms. Muller said, the next 2 years you'll be back with the CPA firm. The Auditor General is considered the CPA firm for the state of Florida because we do audit the state's CAFR, and CAFR, as Mr. Persis had asked, is a comprehensive annual financial report. It's comprehensive, so there's a lot of information that's in your report that you have an AFR that you submit to the state every September. It's basic, it's the financial statements, it has notes of financial statements, a little bit of what they call management discussion and analysis. Your CAFR has a little bit of a different format from your AFR, and there's a lot more information that goes into it. The main thing that you're interested in looking at in your statements is on page 2, or I'm sorry, page 1. That's the independent auditor's report. And for the financial statements as of June 30, 2018, you have an unmodified opinion. Unmodified, is layman's term, is a clean opinion. We didn't have any issues with the statements. We didn't have any issues with the support for those statements. So on page 1, it starts the independent auditor's report. I do want to bring your attention onto page 2 on the emphasis of matter paragraph. This paragraph you won't see every year in your auditor's letter. This is due to, as it notes, there was a change in accounting principle that went into effect for the fiscal year ending June 30, dealing with the reporting of the post-employment benefits. These would be benefits that are available to retirees after they have left service with the district, health insurance, vision, dental insurance. GASB, which is the Government Accounting Standards Board, changed the reporting requirements for these OPEB liabilities. These are estimates of what the future cost will be for providing these benefits to your employees. So if you compare this CAFR to last year's CAFR, and you look at the notes on your OPEB, you'll see a big difference in the amount of information that's contained in the notes this year. There's a lot more information in it. It discusses the actuarial report that is used to calculate that liability, what all factors that the actuary used to come up with the amount that the school board reported. And if you look at it, makes a note as to note number 2, and if in your notes financial statements, it discusses what this change had upon your financial statements. So if you were to look on page 36, it's talking about the accounting change by the Government Accounting Standards Board, statement number 75. Basically, what it has done is by changing the reporting of that liability, it adjusted your beginning net position off your statement of net position. It reduced it by $950,000. Again, this is an estimated number, so it's a future benefit for your retirees and your employees. So it's just another way of showing what a governmental agency can expect to pay in the future. Some of you may be familiar with the GASB 68, which dealt with the net pension liability that went into effect a few years ago. When that first was brought into implemented, it made a big reduction in the net position of the governmental agencies, because for the first time you were acknowledging what the future cost of providing the pension was going to be. Should everybody retire at the same time, that would have reflected what all participants of the FRS plan would have had to contribute to fund that liability. So going back to page 1, which is the independent auditor's report, like I said, we have a clean opinion. The opinion's on page 2. The emphasis of the matter, again, you will see this when there's an accounting change, or maybe the district in the future may have a change, may change their leave, the way people accrue leave, sick leave. Right now, it's kind of tiered. When you make a change that has any impact upon your financial statements, which that probably could, because it would impact what the liability would be for compensated absences, you would have an emphasis of matter, because what that's doing is it's changing the amounts that were reported from last year to this year. And then by looking at note number 2, you saw the reduction of the net position by $950,000. That was the change for the comparability purposes from 2018 to 2017. And then, as we state, our opinion is not modified with respect to this matter. So it's just more of an informational type of an issue, that or item out there for you. We also have on page 141 additional audit report. That's not the right page. Yeah, page 141. It's the independent auditor's report on internal control over financial reporting and on compliance and other matters based on an audit of financial statements performed in accordance with government auditing standards. So government auditing standards, basically, they're formulated by the Comptroller of the United States of America. And it's basically saying you're going to perform your audit, you're going to do this type of testing, and if you have any types of exceptions, you have to report it in this manner. One of the items that we look at is we look at the internal control. What kind of controls are in place at the district to ensure the information that's being reported is proper and that there's controls that are in place to prevent or detect any type of misstatements that could be due to error or fraud. So we don't actually have any type of opinion on this, but we're saying we did look at the internal controls and we didn't come across any deficiencies that we needed to report upon. So if you look on page 141, we talk about a deficiency in internal control. That would be when the design or operation of a control does not allow management or employees in the normal course of performing their assigned functions to prevent or detect and correct misstatements on a timely basis. Then a material weakness is a deficiency or a combination of deficiencies in internal control such that there is a reasonable possibility that a material misstatement of the district's financial statements will not be prevented or detected and corrected on a timely basis. A significant deficiency is a deficiency or a combination of deficiencies in internal control that is less severe than a material weakness, yet important enough to merit attention by those charged with governance. Then the next paragraph goes on. Our consideration of internal control was for the limited purpose described in the first paragraph of this section. It was not designed to identify all deficiencies in their internal control that might be material weaknesses or significant deficiencies. Given these limitations, during our audit, we did not identify any deficiencies in internal control that we consider to be material weaknesses. However, material weaknesses may exist that have not been identified. Then our other letter is on page 143, and that's independent auditor's report on compliance for each major federal program and report on internal control over compliance required by the uniform guidance. Mr. Atkins had made reference to the 2 CFR 200, which is referred to as uniform guidance. So this report, we're looking at the internal controls over compliance for each major federal program. So when we get ready to do our audit, we look at the federal expenditures. We decide of the federal expenditures, which programs have had a significant amount of expenditures. And on a rotational basis, we will select for audit those major federal programs. This year, we selected the child nutrition cluster. We also had to do the supporting effective instruction, which used to be the improving teacher quality, based upon the amount of expenditures for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2018. This report is indicating that, again, we have deficiencies in internal control over compliance, which is very similar to the other deficiency in internal control. But again, we didn't have any deficiencies that we needed to report upon for the fiscal year. So those are the opinions that we provide on the clean opinion. Are there any questions at this point?
All right, thank you, Mr. Wolf. Thank you. Questions? Anyone have a question? Question. Ms. Muller, you have a comment? Anything you want to add?
No, I would just like to thank staff and the staff of the AG's audit office, Mr. Wolf and Nicole Cope, who had to leave earlier. But she was on site for many months, and thank our staff that fully cooperated with them during this audit as well, because we know that when they're here, it can be all time consuming. So
and a little stressful. Let's face it. Come on.
Yes, yeah. But we do the best that we can, and we appreciate their help and patience with us as well.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Do you have anything to add?
I'd like to reiterate that I'm very pleased with our staff, and thank you for the time that you took with us and then meeting with me and the discussions that we had. Okay. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Yeah, and I would like to add that we did work very well with the finance department, the budget department, Schoolway Cafe when we did child nutrition. So staff was very responsive to our request for information. So we do appreciate that.
Well, thank you. So we need a motion to accept this report. Is that what we're doing, Ms. Muller?
Yes, please.
Okay, so Mr. Colon, did I see you ready to make a motion?
Sure. I make a motion that we accept the audited comprehensive annual financial report as presented.
Well, good, because the superintendent was thinking the same thing, weren't you, Mr. Superintendent?
And so the superintendent recommends acceptance of the submission of the audited comprehensive annual financial report, CAFR, for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2018.
I set you up, Mr. Colon. Go ahead. And,
so moved.
Thank you. We have a second, from Ms. Haynes. Any further discussions? All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And opposed, and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Thank you, Ms. Muller. Thank you for all of our employees in the finance department and everybody who's doing such a great job. We certainly appreciate it. And so we are now, this is a final order denying petition for an administrative hearing, Maria Scott versus Volusia County School Board. Our presenter for this item is Mr. Ted Doran, our school board attorney. And just give us a minute. Everyone can get in position. We got to hand out some papers. Mr. Doran, can you give us direction in terms of what paperwork we should have in front of us?
Yes. And let's just acknowledge that these documents are in the record for purposes of review after this hearing, should there be one. There is a petition. Let's see if I can find the title. A petition for formal hearing. Note, there is a document that was recently filed. We have a copy, hard copy, that is entitled Petitioner's Amended Opposition to Proposed Order Denying Petition for Administrative Hearing. There's a final order denying petition for administrative hearing that was prepared by the district's council and is part of the agenda. And there are attachments to the original petition and subsequently by the representative here today that provide an affidavit by him setting forth the basis for what he believes is his qualifications to serve as a qualified representative of Maria Scott. There has also been a notice of appearance by an attorney whose name I can't remember. That must be you. That's right. And can you state your name for the record?
Not yet. I'll speak when I'm permitted to speak first as the petitioner. Please go ahead and finish, Mr. Doran.
You're refusing to tell us your name?
I know. I'm asking to be able to speak now so I can present the petition because I speak first as the petitioner.
Yes, sir, I understand that, and we're going to get to that. But right now, the chairman has asked me to give an overview.
When will we get to me presenting the petition?
Well, I'm asking Mr. Doran to give the board some direction first. So we have a lot of papers in front of us. We're trying to get organized, and it's normal for us to ask the people who are sitting there to identify themselves and their title. That's all we're asking.
I'm ready to go.
Well,
my name is...
I'm ready for you to tell us your name.
Yes, I'm ready to introduce myself, Mr. Chairman, when you're ready for me.
I'm ready for you to introduce yourself.
My name is Herbert Zischka. That's Z-I-S-C-H-K-A-U.
Thank you for spelling.
I'm the attorney appearing for the petitioner, who is Maria Scott, and her qualified representative for this hearing is Jameson Jessen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So you are a licensed member of the Florida Bar?
Please don't be insulting, Mr. Doran. You know that.
Well, actually, I don't have personal knowledge of that, and I think if you're going to have a court reporter here taking this down, it's necessary for the school board to... Don't you have a court reporter here?
Yes, he's right here.
Okay. So it's necessary for the school board to create the record.
My Florida bar number is 911178, and Mr. Doran and I know of each other from long years in politics.
Okay, well, and we appreciate that. And just for the record, Mr. Jameson Jessup is not a member of the Florida Bar, but is here appearing, he contends, as a qualified representative, correct?
No, I contend that, Mr. Doran. He'll speak later when I'm ready to let him speak.
Okay, so you're representing him in this proceeding as well?
I'm representing the entire litigation team. I'm also appellate counsel. So that's why I'm making a record with this court reporter.
Okay, all right, well, that's no problem. We're very happy to have a record, and we just want to make sure it's complete, okay? That's all. So, Mr. Chairman, I was going through the various documents.
Yes.
It should also maybe be noted at this point that the district has counsel present. Could you introduce yourself?
Nathan Pollock, P-A-U-L-I-C-H.
All right. And you're a member of the Florida Bar, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so I've announced a number of documents that I've indicated are going to be part of the record. Are there any documents that I didn't mention that you want to be a part of the record?
I will say that when I get a chance to start putting in my case. That's part of my case as petitioner, counsel.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, you're going to be moving documents into evidence as we go forward? Potentially?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, so...
Mr. Doran, if I could just interrupt a second. This is, for those listening, perhaps, just to make sure they're up to date with where we are. This is our kind of second time with this, and I think it might be helpful, kind of like what took place the first time that forced us to come into the second hearing, if you will. Could you elaborate?
Yeah, I think that, of course, there is a record of that, but just to kind of get us all on the same page, this petition for a formal hearing and request to recognize a qualified representative was brought before the board. I think it was 2 meetings ago.
I think so.
Or was it the last meeting? Whenever it was, 2 meetings ago. And at that time, there had been some additional documents filed that counsel for the district had not received because they were filed just prior to the hearing, and there was quite a discussion about whether we should proceed, given the fact that, including me, I had not seen these things and had time to digest them. So it was the wish of the board to continue the hearing so that there would be ample time for everybody to review everything, and so we are now here today to address these issues, everything having been timely filed and presented to both parties.
And my understanding is we have 2 issues before us. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah. I was just headed to that.
Okay.
Just again, I know we heard this before, but quickly, this is a quasi-judicial hearing, so the district is separate from the board. The district is a party representing the teacher, or substitute teacher, Maria Scott, is a party to this proceeding. She has counsel and a qualified representative. The 2 issues that are being presented are, one, whether this board will grant the petitioner an opportunity to have a formal hearing before it on certain legal questions, and 2, whether we as a board, you as a board rather, recognize the qualified representative, Jameson Jessup. Now, you might ask, well, what's that all about? So what that's about is that if you're not licensed to practice law, there is a rule. The Florida Administrative Code rule is 28-106.106. And it provides that, and of course I'm paraphrasing, if the presiding officer makes a determination that someone who is not licensed to practice law is qualified to serve as a representative of a party in a proceeding like this, then that person can represent the party as a qualified representative, even though he or she is not an attorney. If you're an attorney, it's axiomatic, it's automatic, it's not an issue. But here, Mr. Jessup is asking that you recognize him as a qualified representative. So that would be the first issue to address by the board, so that we know whether he can participate. And then the second question would be the one that would be of a more legal nature, which is part of, the petition. Unless there are questions, I think that's an overview of it. And then, I would suggest, Mr. Chairman, that it would be now time for counsel for the petitioner to maybe give us an overview of their view of the issues.
Right. And Counselor, are you going to start with explaining why you believe Jessup Jameson is a qualified representative? Is that?
I'll get to it very quickly after I start, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right, then I think we're ready to go ahead. Board members, you have any questions, concerns? I don't think they do, so you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Herbert Zishka, for the petitioner. This is a quasi-judicial function of the school board, and so I will address you as if you are the court. You're the tribunal. Now, normally, it's customary and more dispassionate to refer to the parties rather than their attorneys by name: school board, school superintendent, and so on. However, we've already seen at your prior hearing the confusion between the school board's three attorneys, Mr. Doran, Mr. Gonzalez, Mr. Pollock, two of whom are here today. Mr. Gonzalez prepared papers because of their wearing different hats. So therefore, I don't want to appear to be doing this personally because it isn't intended that way. It's simply for clarity. I'm going to have to refer to Attorney Doran, Attorney Gonzalez, and Attorney Pollock, as the case may be, depending on which hat they're wearing. At the last hearing, Mr. Doran attacked Mr. Jessup's qualifications to act as the qualified representative, even going so far as to insinuate that Mr. Jessup, if not approvable as a qualified representative, may possibly have been practicing law without a license. The recognized abbreviation Mr. Doran used was UPL, which means unauthorized practice of law. Mr. Jessup's exhibits A, B, and C show that to be impossible, and so, as Mr. Doran asked, the first document that I would ask you to consider for accepting into evidence before you is the petition that started this proceeding, which is Exhibit 1 of the amended package that Mr. Jessup served on all concerned. It's Maria Scott Petitioner versus Volusia County School Board in front of the same school board of Volusia County as the decision maker, the quasi-judicial tribunal. And it's entitled Petition for Formal Hearing, Notice of Appearance, and Request to Recognize Qualified Representative. Now, by law, it combines a whole bunch of stuff in one thing. And so I don't want to take the complications document by document. I want to try to keep this as simple and clear as possible by going through the issues one by one in order. So I would ask that that be received in evidence on the strength of one of the cases that Mr. Jessup handed out for me through the clerk to all the members of the board and to the attorneys. And that's St. John's Riverkeeper, Inc. versus St. John's River Water Management District, 54 Southern 3rd, page 1051. It's a 2011 case of a district court of appeal, our district, the 5th DCA in Daytona Beach. And what it says that's of importance for this issue of receiving the petition as part of your record in evidence is the last page, page 4, where it's the left column halfway down the page, if I may respectfully direct your attention to the important language. Riverkeeper, that's the petitioner like us, established substantial interest standing. The substantial interest standing that the court was referring to, and this is District Court of Appeal, this is not an administrative law judge, is the jurisdiction that's given to us through Florida statutes section 120.569. It's entitled, not surprisingly, Decisions Which Affect Substantial Interests. And the reason why I stress this phrase is this is essentially what this whole hearing is about. I'm not repeating myself because I'm old. Section 1 says the provisions of this section apply in all proceedings, repeat all, in which the substantial interests of a party are determined by an agency, unless some other exceptions that don't apply here. So this is the first really simple concept. 120.569, subsection 1, Florida statutes, which is the governing law given us by the legislature under which all of the administrative code is subservient, says that this section applies in all proceedings in which substantial interests are determined by an agency. The agency is the school board. The determination was the letter of Mr. Willett taking our client, Ms. Scott, Maria Scott, the petitioner, off the list of approved substitute teachers. And so we filed the petition for this purpose, to get exactly this jurisdiction. Now, we'll come back to the issue of substantial interest later. What I'm speaking to right at the beginning is getting the document into evidence because it's relevant. And the reason why it's relevant is it contains the necessary documents to show that Mr. Jessup is not only the qualified representative of record under 106.106.1, but he's also entitled to be approved under subsection 4 of the same rule, 28-106.105 appearances. He's also qualified to be approved by you as the tribunal for continuing as the qualified representative. He already is by paragraph 1 because he filed an appearance and he did the proper papers, which are in this document, and that's why we're introducing it into evidence. And we're hoping that the evidence will lead you to agree with the administrative law judges and tribunals in more than 300 other cases as of 2017 that he is in fact qualified. In fact, he's one of the most qualified representatives in the state of Florida by his experience and ability, of which I have personal knowledge. Now, why do we need this petition for formal hearing? Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, may I sit down?
Yes, you may. And if you'd be kind enough to pull that microphone
yes,
real close to you so we can all hear you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but Mr. Chairman, may I?
Yes, please.
So you're moving it into evidence, and now I hear you moving on to some argument. So
no, not at all. I'm moving it into evidence, and I'm about to give the justifications for moving it into evidence. I haven't given my argument yet as to why the board should accept it in evidence.
Well, so let's start with asking the district's counsel if he objects, because if he doesn't object, you don't have to go through all that, right?
Quite the contrary. I have to convince the quasi-judicial tribunal whether he objects or not.
Well, let's see if he objects. So,
well, wait. I have a better solution, Mr. Chairman.
There's no wait. You're not running the chairman is running the meeting.
And the chairman gave me the floor, Mr. Duran, and you're interrupting me, so you're out of order.
I think the record will reflect the chairman gave me the floor after I asked for an opportunity to address an issue. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
Correct.
Okay. So I have the floor. Now, this is unusual circumstances, as you know, because a lot of times you're appearing before an ALJ, an administrative law judge, and that person has both legal knowledge and is the fact finder. This board does not have the legal knowledge necessary to make a lot of these decisions, so they are going to be looking to me to provide them advice and guidance on some of these issues. Fair enough? So
I disagree if you're asking whether I agree.
One of which is the question of whether Mr. Jessup is a qualified representative. So let me first ask, is there any objection to the petition and all of its attachments being moved into evidence and made a part of the record?
There's no objection to the school board considering the petition and the attachments. I don't believe it's an evidentiary hearing. So moving into evidence, I don't necessarily agree with that, but I believe they're already before the board because the petition was filed, and that's what we're here about.
Okay. So based on the district council's position, I would recommend to the chair that the document with all of its attachments be received into the record and considered by the board.
And that's what we are doing. Right now, we are doing that, and
thank you.
I'm accepting that, and we are approving
and I will,
that.
Since this particular document has both numbered and lettered exhibits, to distinguish it for the court reporter, who I will give a copy to as the definitive petitioner's exhibit 1. We'll call it 1, even though that might cause a little confusion later. It won't cause confusion for the court reporter.
Right. So you understand it's in the record now. You don't need to defend why you're going to move it in because the board chair has received it into the record.
Thank you, counsel.
Okay. All right.
Okay. You have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah. I do want to be correct.
Okay.
And not speak while Mr. Duran still had the floor.
You may.
The purpose of the petition is to establish the jurisdiction and, as the statute and rules require, the qualifications of Mr. Jessup, precisely so that usually the administrative law judge, but also when the agency is acting on its own without the benefit of the ALJ, to make a determination as to whether Mr. Jessup is qualified. And therefore, to see if we just meet the technical requirements, Exhibit A of the petition is entitled Election of Jamison Jessup as Qualified Representative. That's one of the requirements that Maria Scott had to sign it, and she did. And then a declaration that this was true under the penalties of perjury. That's the same as a notarization, except it can be done legally without a notary. And we have that also. So Exhibit A covers the basis of those technical requirements for this to be a real petition for substantial interest jurisdiction, as was referred to in the St. John's Riverkeeper case. Now, Exhibit B fulfills another requirement, that Mr. Jessup show this tribunal, the school board, that he has the qualifications to handle these cases. And it's a very detailed requirement in the rules. So as not to complicate this, I will hit the high points, which are that Mr. Jamison has been ruled to be qualified in over 300 cases as of 2017. He's done a lot more of those cases since then, so it's well in excess of 300. And I would respectfully direct your attention to pages 4 of 20 paragraph 8 and onward. It's a very long table showing the index numbers in the left column of all these different cases. And the administrative law judge that was in charge, Jessica Varn, Elizabeth MacArthur, Jessica Varn, G.W. Chisenhall, Gary Early, Darren Schwartz, and so on. There's quite a few different judges. Edward T. Bauer, his name comes up in a later document. So this is not just a very narrow sampling, this is a very broad sampling, and as you can see, more than 100 of these are school boards. It may be well more than 100, but I'm not going to stop and count them. So then the question is whether this tribunal can take the past decisions of administrative law judges and say, oh, Mr. Jessup has been approved so many times, has been qualified representative of record in so many cases, and in those cases that proceeded to the point today. A lot of these, I shouldn't say a lot, some of these cases are concluded by the school board or the other litigants before we even get to this stage. And therefore, he was the qualified representative by law under the rule, Section 1 of the rule, because he filed his appearance, and he was never determined the negative, not to be qualified. And in those cases that went to the point of having to come before the judge, in those, he was approved in all these cases, and therefore they had, excuse me, I didn't mean to say all these cases. All the cases that went before the judge, they approved him in this chart. There were a couple cases that he discloses where he was not approved, but I believe both of those were corrected later by subsequent decisions of the same judge. So you have a track record here of someone who has been approved by people that, as Mr. Doran distinguished, you know, the people that are lawyers and are familiar with judicial procedures and the people that can't be expected to be. And since I don't know of any of you that are attorneys practicing in Florida, you maybe have practiced somewhere else for all I know, that simply means that we're not demanding that you have detailed technical legal knowledge of this to make this decision. You can rely on the people that do, in the administrative law judges in these cases that approved Mr. Jessup. In the second, that was the first exhibit. In the second exhibit, we have the amended document that caused a little bit of controversy at the last hearing, because when Mr. Jessup's credentials were questioned, he filed this Exhibit 2, which is verified renewal petitioner's request to recognize Jamison Jessup as qualified representative and supplemental information as to his qualifications. And so he supplemented his original list of 300 cases in which he had appeared with the more specific information that showed that not only had Mr. Jessup handled school board cases, not only had he handled employment cases, but he also has handled at least 2 cases that involved both a school board and its employee. And those are attached as Exhibits A, B, and C to this particular supplement. Exhibit A is an order of the administrative law judge Bauer approving Jamison Jessup as the qualified representative in that case. And in the same case, Exhibit B shows that in fact Mr. Jessup's client prevailed, and that in writing his recommended order, which was the final order signed by the judge, the same judge, Judge Bauer, when he was deciding in favor of the public school teacher Anselmo, he actually wrote in his order that he relied on Mr. Jessup's proposed draft order, among other things, in preparing the recommended order. You don't do that with people that aren't qualified. He relied on Mr. Jessup's submissions in the case, and he found, and he found in favor of Mr. Anselmo. And in fact, the school district, I believe, had to pay about $60,000.
Thank you.
Under that decision.
I'm going to stop you right there.
Certainly, Mr. Chair.
Just for a second. Yes, Mr. Dorn.
Okay, so I just want to make sure we're clear on the record about this. I hear you testifying about the substance of the cases.
Objection to characterization.
Well, you can't object to the judge.
No, I'm objecting to what you just said, the characterization you just did. I'm not testifying, sir, but please go on.
Okay. What are you doing then? The information you're providing us is not contained within the documents. Can we agree on that?
No, I just cited the document for that information.
The $16,000 you just referenced is somewhere in this affidavit?
I believe I did mention that we had a $60,000 payment to my client, Mr. Anselmo, with it, but I need to go back and look through it. But I do believe I did mention that, yes.
Okay. Well, I mean, because this
is what the record reflects what it is. If you look at the document.
Well,
let's look at Exhibit B.
It's an important point because your attorney is stating facts that I don't know if they exist in these documents, and there's certainly been no witness called. And so if he's stating facts that don't exist in the documents that have been put in the record, then he's testifying. Or he's doing something. I don't know what, but we aren't going to consider something that's not testimony. Are you giving just an opening statement? This is what you intend for your case to prove later? Or what is the source of the information that you're providing this board?
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to point out procedurally that this is a procedural due process violation because when I'm making my initial presentation on behalf of the petitioner, even before the party whose attorney is here to oppose it, which is Mr. Pollack, not Mr. Doran. That's why I stressed the confusion among the different hats being worn by the lawyers at the beginning. I shouldn't have to stop and argue ad hoc in the middle of my argument. However, to answer Mr. Doran's objection, to satisfy your legitimate curiosity, the very last line of the recommendation in the order says recommended that the Lake County School Board enter a final order dismissing the charges brought against respondent, that was Jessup's client Anselmo, in this proceeding, and awarding respondent any lost pay and benefits. That's right in the order. What the amount of those lost benefits was, I have Mr. Jessup sitting next to me. If you want to put him under oath and hear the $60,000 directly from his mouth, that's fine. But that's not necessary to my initial argument. And I really object to being interrupted by Mr. Doran.
Well, we'll let you go on. You know, what Mr. Doran is trying to do for us here as a board, since we are not lawyers, that we needed to know that when you talk and when you state figures, if we don't have those figures in writing, how do we know that those are accurate figures? So that's why we kind of had to do a timeout here and establish that.
Mr. Chairman, in the ordinary course of legal arguments in court, we don't do a timeout. We have an initial presentation like I'm trying to give, if I could speak uninterrupted, and then we go into the nitty-gritty and we bring out the different facts that I've alluded to in my initial presentation. I don't have to prove my case in the initial opening argument.
So that is, in fact, what you are doing now.
I'm doing my opening argument. Yes, Mr. Chair.
All right.
I almost said, Your Honor, excuse me if I slip later in the hearing.
That's fine. That's fine. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yes.
The third exhibit, C, and the familiarization here for the purpose. This is really still narrowly on purpose of determining whether Mr. Jessup is qualified. Is a
Where's C? I don't have C.
Oh, excuse me again. One of the board members are indicating they don't have all the.
You're stating a lot of documents, and I have no idea where you are. I'm sorting through what we have, and I'm sorting online, and what you're referring to, I don't see.
I'm sorry. Since I saw your computers, I assumed that
No,
you
no,
all
that's
have
okay.
access to
Sorry.
what the judges I appear before have access. And this petition and this verified supplement were filed in this proceeding with the clerk. And in the normal course of things, the tribunal, y'all here, have the document as filed in the clerk's office up on a screen in front of you. Forgive me, I had no idea you didn't have that.
Yeah. We had some when we started, but we don't have what you're talking about now. And here's our clerk. And
Yeah, I never received it. It didn't come to my email. So this is what I printed at the beginning, but you only told me to print the first 5 pages. The 69 pages is what he's talking about.
Okay. Well, I told you that based on the conversation that I had with you all to confirm that we had all the other information. So we may need to print it all.
Petition?
Yeah.
Petition was filed.
What's that?
could it be emailed to us so we can look at it on our laptop?
Yeah.
The original petition was filed with the clerk on October 29th of last year. It's in the record. So I believe there's...
You're referring now to another document that was filed later.
Okay.
You're referring to
amended.
What's part of the amended...
No. I'm not referring to this yet. I'm doing first this with the exhibit. When was that filed?
You're referring to things inside here that are part of this.
Okay.
While they're having a sidebar there, hang on one second. Do you have the email to forward? Okay, so board members, Connie just emailed us the entire package here of how many pages is it? You said 69 pages.
It was the last day. It was dated the last hearing.
That's going to take a minute or so. Mr. Doran has it, right? You already have it, Mr. Doran?
Mr. Chairman, I can give a second date that may help them find it on the clerk's records.
I think she just sent it, so I think we'll be good. Mr. Pollack, do you have this?
Yes, I have it.
I believe so, but I'm not 100% sure all the documents he's referring to right now. I know I have the first two that he referred to.
Yes, the second document that I'm referring to was filed and is dated January 15th, 2019.
Okay. If you just give us a few more minutes, see if we can all...
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Whatever the chairman wants.
I'm sorry, Miss.
Stop the meeting and then drop this into Board Docs, reopen Board Docs, and then you guys should be able to see it in Board Docs.
That would be easier.
Refresh your screens.
Okay, we're going. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Okay, so we can get all these.
Shut it down.
Okay.
And board members, we're so.
Take care of that, and take care of this.
In other words, make sure it don't go anywhere.
Here's some water.
In other words, if
You
you're
need
going to
some
leave,
more?
It's going to be trouble.
We're going to reconvene our quasi-judicial hearing here, and we believe now that everyone has the information, Mr. Zischkow, that you were referencing earlier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think we're good. And however, let me just ask the board if in fact this happens a second time, and he's referring to things that you don't have, to kind of stop, and so that we all have everything that we need. Okay. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome.
I hope this will be the kinder, gentler part of the hearing now that these documents are in front of us. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take a look at Rule 28-106.105 if you can, and if you can't, I will be happy to read to you the appropriate parts. Your lawyer may have given you a copy. Section 1 says a qualified representative, quote, shall be deemed counsel or qualified representative of record. The counsel is the attorney, the qualified representative is the non-attorney, but both of them become whatever they are. In Mr. Jessup's case, qualified representative of record automatically when he appeared. And it gives more detail in paragraph 4 of the same rule, 28-106.105, where it says a qualified representative who has filed an initial pleading, that would have been our original petition, or notice of appearance for a party, shall be deemed the qualified representative of record until the presiding officer, in a referral case to DOA, as we originally asked, that would be the administrative law judge. In this situation, it could be either the superintendent or the chairman when acting as the head of this collegial body, I believe. Makes the determination required by Rule 128-106.106, which is whether he's qualified. Now, thank you. The reason, but I'd like to get to the meat of this argument, is that Mr. Jessup has appeared as a qualified representative of record under Florida statute, which, remember, is the higher level of authority above the rules. 120.62 Florida statutes, entitled Agency Investigations. You, ladies and gentlemen of the school board, are the agency. One, in a sense. There's fine distinctions, but the base position is you are the agency because you hired the superintendent, for example. Paragraph 1, every person who responds to a request or demand by any agency or representative thereof for written data or oral statement shall be entitled to his transcript, etc. Number 2, this is the one that's relevant here. Any person compelled to appear or who appears voluntarily before any presiding officer or agency in an investigation, or, as in our situation, in any agency proceeding, the agency proceeding being the substantial interest jurisdiction that the Riverkeeper case talked about, has the right at his or her own expense, speaking of the petitioner, Maria Scott, to be accompanied, represented and advised by counsel, that would be me as an attorney, or by other qualified representatives, non-counsel, non-attorneys, Mr. Jessup. So by statute, he's entitled to do this, and he will never, under any combination of circumstances in this proceeding, ever come anywhere near to UPL, unauthorized practice of law. The statute has cleansed him for that purpose. He's allowed to be here and to represent Maria Scott because he gives Maria Scott the right to hire him. And that should be dispositive. We have the correct documents. We have the correct declaration by Maria Scott that she appoints him her qualified representative. We have the list of over 300 cases with the names of the administrative law judges. We have the copies in Exhibits A, B, and 3 of orders signed by 2 of those administrative law judges that qualified Mr. Jessup and that relied on his work. In the case of Exhibit B, Judge Bauer's final order, recommended order. And the last point being that Mr. Jessup is doing what he's allowed to do under the Florida statutes, 120.62, subparagraph 2. So I will, of course, throw this open to questions by the board. I hope that there's things that you want clarified, but that's my opening statement. And of course, our nominal opponent, not Mr. Doran, but Mr. Pollack, I'm sure would like to respond. Thank you.
I'm sure he will, and thank you. Mr. Pollack, are you ready?
Yes, sir, and thank you. Just to kind of get started, I think it's relevant to turn to Exhibit 1, which is the petition that was filed in this action. In paragraph 3, lays out the letter that was provided to Ms. Scott on October 16, 2018. And in that letter, it talks about her being removed from the Volusia County Schools list of approved substitutes. So she was a substitute teacher. By virtue of being a substitute teacher, she falls under School Board Policy 407. And what School Board Policy 407 says in the first sentence, the superintendent of schools is authorized to retain substitute teachers. And in the last sentence of that first paragraph, it says substitute teachers are employed at the will and discretion of the superintendent and do not have an expectation of continued employment. So that is the policy that applied to Ms. Scott. It was the superintendent who had the authority to appoint her or remove her. It didn't come for the school board. And why that's relevant is this petition was filed, and what the petition says, and that's again Exhibit 1, and in paragraph 5 it says school board's issuance of the letter and removal of Ms. Scott's name from the school board's approved substitutes is arbitrary and capricious and adversely affects Ms. Scott's substantial interest to receive a proper complaint pursuant to Rule 28-106.2015 of the Florida Administrative Code, to not have the arbitrary and capricious action taken against her, to face her accusers, whomever they are, and to clear her good name and reputation against scurrilous claims. School board's actions deny her the right to due process as provided by the Amendments 5 and 14 of the United States Constitution and Article 1, Section 9 of the Florida Constitution, as its action deprives her of life, liberty, or property without due process. And in the wherefore paragraph on that page, it asks for the relief that Ms. Scott is seeking in here. And she asks for a formal hearing and seeks an order finding that she violated no statute, rule, or agency order, did not engage in unprofessional behavior, and requiring the school board to place her name back on its list of approved substitute teachers and enjoining it from any further violations of her rights. So as framed by the petitioner, those are the issues here. Now, the administrative law code that talks about who can be a qualified representative talks about the qualified representative filing a paper with the agency or the hearing officer, and it's an affidavit that sets forth the representative's qualifications. My understanding is that is Exhibit Exhibit B to Exhibit 1 in here is Mr. Jessup's affidavit that he filed with his initial petition. And what the administrative law code provides in subsection 4, it says the presiding officer shall make a determination of the qualifications of the representative in light of the nature and of the proceedings and the applicable law. The presiding officer shall consider, and it lists multiple things, including the representative's knowledge regarding the factual and legal issues involved in the proceedings. Now, nothing in Mr. Jessup's submittals to you in his affidavit show that he is a qualified representative or that there's any facts in there that he has the knowledge necessary for the issues at issue in this petition. And if we go to the affidavit, we heard about some 300 cases that Mr. Jessup has been qualified for, and I think that is paragraph 8. There's no facts to what those cases are or what issues were at issue in those cases. All you have is a case number, you have a petitioner, a respondent's name, and the administrative law judge's name. and it's a laundry list of, I haven't counted them, but a number of cases. There's nothing that talks about what knowledge Mr. Jessup had in, or what issues were at stake in those cases that allowed him to be a qualified representative. The last case identified is a 2016 case, and you can just tell from the case number it has the year first. The affidavit then talks about in paragraph 5, it says, on January 23rd, 2017, I was denied recognition as a qualified representative in a DOA case, case number 17-118 by Administrative Law Judge Lynn A. Quimbley-Pennock. And I think that's important because the 2017 was after all these cases that are in here. So the opposing counsel asked you to consider, and you can just rely on the fact that all these other administrative law judges found him to be a qualified representative. Well, he had been found as a qualified representative, or allegedly. There's nothing that shows he was a qualified representative in these cases, but I'll take him at his word. But an administrative law judge still denied him being a qualified representative in that action. And he quotes it and says, he does not offer sufficient detail as to the nature of work performed by me in relation to Chapter 440 Florida statutes to adequately inform her of my qualifications. The next paragraph, paragraph 6, it talks about a January 18, 2017, again after all the hundreds of cases that he was a qualified representative, where he was again denied recognition as a qualified representative. So nothing in this affidavit gives any kind of factual detail of why he is a qualified representative to speak about substitute teachers in Volusia County, the constitutional rights that they may have, or any type of right to property interest, which is what he is alleging here, or name-clearing interest, or however they want to phrase it later, and I'm not sure how they're going to do that. So there's nothing in here that gives you the facts to show that he is a qualified representative for these issues. In paragraph 7 of this, he talks about the areas of law that he has knowledge and expertise, and they include, one, he identifies the Individuals with Disabilities in Education Act, the IDEA, and Florida's regulations. The IDEA is not at issue here. This isn't a due process hearing that relates to students with disabilities or any rights that they may have. The next one is Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act. That's the same thing. That's dealing with students with disabilities. There's nothing that's at issue here. The next one talks about fair housing. This isn't a fair housing hearing. Talks about employment law, including discrimination. Provides no examples of what employment law means, and there's no allegation of discrimination against Ms. Scott in this here. The next one is licensing and disciplinary matters before Florida state agencies. There's been no action against Ms. Scott's license. The next one is reemployment insurance. No insurance or reemployment insurance issue here. Next one is other disability laws. There's no allegation of disability discrimination or a violation of disability law. It says Florida Administrator of Law Proceedings. Provides no explanation of what that is, or what issues were there, or what knowledge he has about those. Number 9 is employers' compliance with Florida law requiring workers' compensation insurance and exceptions. This isn't a workers' compensation issue. There's no issues before you that deal with a workers' compensation injury or requirement for benefits. Number 10 is school board policies. There's no explanation of what knowledge or expertise he has in school board policies, whose school board's policies those are, and there's nothing that he's ever identified that he's dealt with Volusia County school board policy related to substitute teachers. Next one is Florida statutes and administrative law code as it relates to educational matters. There's no explanation of what that means, and I don't think we're dealing with any educational matters with Ms. Scott. The next one is Florida statutes and Florida administrative code related to the John McKay Scholarships Program. This isn't a John McKay issue. 13 is various county and city municipal codes of ordinances. This isn't a county or city municipal codes ordinance case. Next one is Florida statutes and Florida administrative law code related to Chapter 435 Florida statutes as they relate to employment screenings, screening standards, exclusion from employment, and exemptions from disqualifying offenses. No allegation there in the petition. 15 is Florida's election laws. We're not here for an election law issue. 16 is Code of Ethics for public officers and employees. This isn't a Code of Ethics issue. And the last one is Florida Whistleblower Act, and this isn't an allegation for Florida Whistleblower Act. So the number 7, it doesn't have any specifics for the specific issues that you are being asked to consider in the petition. So there's nothing in here that shows, it demonstrates that he is a qualified representative for these issues and in the facts and law that applies here. At the hearing that we were here last time, there was the issue about the filing of another document, and I apologize for not seeing it. I hadn't seen it before that hearing, and so we did take a break and come back a month later. But I've looked at that document, and there's nothing in there that identifies him as being a qualified representative for these issues. The first one, and I think this is Exhibit 2 before you, and it go to page, I don't know if they're numbered, but it looks like it's the third page back, and it has in C, and it identifies C 1 through 11, a number of cases, and these are all cases that looks like from 2010 to 2016, and just by the names of the cases, none of them involve school board issues or school board policies or constitutional rights to school board employees. You have stuff like Department of Corrections and Bradford County Farm Bureau, things like that. And this is certainly information you could have included in his affidavit. Again, there's no explanation of what these employment law issues were involved in these cases. In Part 1, he does talk about a Lake County School Board versus John Anselmo, and I believe that is the recommended order that is attached. And if you go to the recommended order, and that is Exhibit B to this Exhibit 2, the statement of the issue on the first page talks about whether just cause exhibits to terminate respondent's employment with school board. And if you go to page 3 of the findings of fact, and finding of fact number 2 talks about she was employed as a teacher. And the employment rights of a teacher are very different than the employment rights of a substitute teacher. The whole just cause standard, there's statutes 1012-33 and 1012-335 that provide if you terminate a teacher during employment, there's just cause and you need to have just cause. And those statutes specifically reference having hearings before school boards or the administrative that they're doing, DOA, and it's specifically referenced in the statute. So the issues that were involved there in a just cause termination have nothing to do with the termination, or however you want to phrase Ms. Scott. It doesn't have anything to do with the constitutional law issues that were identified in the petition or anything. It doesn't show that he is a qualified representative for these issues, and it wasn't involving Volusia County, so it doesn't show any expertise he has to Volusia County's policies or anything that's at issue here. The second case says he was a qualified, and this is going back to Exhibit 2, I think page 3, paragraph B, in a Seminole County School Board case versus Gregory Pete. And all he attaches to that, and that's Exhibit C, is an order accepting qualified representative in a 2011 case. There's nothing that identifies what issues were at stake in that case. Again, it's 2011. We already know that two ALJs in 2017 denied him this representative, but there's no facts in here before you that shows he's a qualified representative. So on behalf of the school district, we do not believe they have made a showing under 28-106-106 to show to you that they have the knowledge of the factual and legal issues involved in this proceeding as framed by the petition filed by Ms. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Pollack. Mr. Pollack, when you started talking, if I could ask you a question.
Yes,
here, you started with the whole notion of whether they could challenge the superintendent's authority to terminate, if you will, a substitute teacher.
Yes, sir.
And so what I wanted to ask you was, is there a right that a substitute teacher has for a hearing?
Our position is no, and that's to the merits of it, and I didn't try to get to the merits at this point, but our position is no, there's no right to a hearing because there's absolutely no property right to employment, and that's specific by the statute, and there's no substantial or any other interest to this hearing.
So if there is no right for the individual to have a hearing, then why are we considering whether a person is qualified or not qualified to represent a person who doesn't have a right to have a hearing? I'm confused. So
they made the petition for it, and I was responding to theirs. The recommendation on the superintendent is one, he doesn't qualify, but there is no right to it, and the recommendation is to deny the right to a hearing, and that can be appealed up to the 5th DCA. But this isn't the hearing that they've requested. The recommendation is there is no hearing, and that the school board denies any right to a hearing because there's no mechanism that allows them to have a hearing.
Okay, so let's back up.
Mm-hmm.
So if this board decided or denied the right for this hearing, then what is there left to discuss?
I don't think there is. It would go up to, if they wanted to, they could appeal it to the 5th DCA. And the 5th DCA, if it disagrees as a matter of law, could kick it back and say that they get a hearing. And then it would be ordering a hearing at a future date.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dorn, if you want.
Well, I just want to point out
raise your hand.
two things. One is to kind of clear up some confusion that clearly exists. The reason you have to address the first question first is because there's only one person in this room that brought this petition, and that's Mr. Jessup. He filed it, he signed it. That is what is before you. If he doesn't have the authority, in your view, to represent this person, then we never get to the second question, except to the extent that there is a Florida Bar attorney here who can pick up the ball and run with it, which we have no problem with. But as we sit here, a person is representing this petitioner who has not been approved by you to do so. And that's the underlying basis for the question of whether or not, you know, you're going to deny the hearing. And so I know I understand where you're kind of headed if we could just get around the first issue and just decide the second one. But I don't see how you get there given the status of the documents that are before you, because they are Mr. Jessup's documents, and if you're going to consider them, you have to determine whether. The second point that I want to make that hasn't been raised or hasn't been referenced is that it is true that 28-106-105, it says what Mr. Ziskow stated. But what he didn't mention is that then there's 28-106.106, and that is entitled Who May Appear and the Criteria for Qualified Representatives. And that sets forth very specific criteria for the, in this case, the board, to make the determination as to whether or not he's qualified to make that representation. To give you some idea of that, of course, a sworn affidavit is appropriate, but the presiding officer, which in this case is the board as opposed to the administrative law judge usually, shall make a determination of the qualification of the representative in light of the nature of the proceedings and the applicable law. The presiding officer shall consider, and I'm paraphrasing, but A, the representative's knowledge of jurisdiction, knowledge of the Florida Rules of Civil Procedure as to discovery, knowledge of the rules of evidence, including the concept of hearsay in an administrative proceeding, factual and legal issues involving the proceedings, and his knowledge and compliance with the standards of conduct for qualified representatives, which is kind of their rules of ethics. So that's the roadmap for the board to reach that decision. Now, you know what? In my view, this is not. I think the district has every right to take a position, and they have, and they've presented a lot of information, and that's appropriate. I'm not saying it's not, but I think this is between the board and Mr. Jessup is really where this is. This is a presiding officer, i.e. the board in this case, determining whether or not under this rule the person who's appearing before you is qualified to do so. That the district's given input in that, but they could have said we have no problem with him. That doesn't resolve the issue. The question is for you. And so that's why I got myself, I'm a little more inserted in this thing because it's between us to make that determination. Now, what he's saying is he's got this affidavit, he's got these 300 cases. I think the district's done a good job of pointing out, in their view, the deficiencies. That's something that you'd have to resolve. I think, the most important thing he probably said was in reference to constitutional law. It's, Mr. Jessup has been rejected by administrative law judges, and the district pointed that out. The one time in particular in his affidavit was with regard to the content or the issue of workers' comp, where Mr. Ziskow is saying he has a right to be here. Well, he has a right to start the process of being here, but he doesn't have any right to continue unless he has the necessary expertise and meets the criteria under this rule on the issues before this board. And specifically, as the district's counsel referenced, in his complaint, he asserts rights on behalf of this petitioner that he say have been violated under the 5th and 14th Amendments of the United States Constitution and under Section 1, or Article 9, Article 1, Section 9, as I recall, of the Florida Constitution. He has no evidence whatsoever in the record to establish that he has any knowledge, has ever been accepted, or has any experience with constitutional law. And so that's your backdrop. Now, I don't know how you get into the question, because it's not a may, it's a shall. I don't know how you get into the question of whether he knows the rules of evidence, procedure, and the like, short of just asking him some questions, which would have to be done through me, because I would know what questions to ask, to ferret out whether he has the knowledge. I would suggest you ask him if he has a better suggestion, but I don't know how you get to his knowledge, since we have no experience with him in these areas, without just asking.
Well, what I was going to ask was, what other arguments or what more evidence do you have to share, to give us, so that we can make a decision? Because at the end of the day, we have to make a decision. And so I don't know if the district has more, or if you, Mr. Ziskow, have more, but this would be the time to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was thinking along the same lines, because we've each given our opening statement. And my response is that I would offer, since the school district under Mr. Russell appearing as the respondent for the school board has taken the position that you really have to prove how good Mr. Jessup's case is to prove whether he's qualified. We're putting the cart before the horse here. That's the position that Mr. Pollack has taken. And I have a simpler way, I think, to suggest to the board. And that is, I can prove with Mr. Jessup's testimony that he understands better than anyone else in the room what the jurisdictional issue of substantial interest under state law is in this case, because he's the one that found the two cases, and I proffer that as what he would testify to. The two cases are Juncker, 602 Southern 2nd 557, First DCA 1992, and Taylor versus School Board of Seminole County, 5th DCA, ours, 1989. And unlike the case that Mr. Doran proposed sort of as an advocate against Mr. Jessup at the last hearing, Washington versus School Board of Hillsborough County, I can take care of that, because that has nothing to do with the present the present situation. It's a federal case. These two cases that Mr. Jessup found that show that he's competent are the correct cases. I really hate to be put in the position of having to prove the substance of my case to prove that Mr. Jessup is qualified to argue it, but that's what your attorney, Mr. Pollack, put it as in the position of arguing, so we have to offer that to you. I offer Mr. Jessup's testimony as to what he did to establish that the correct law in this matter is the law that's stated in the Taylor and Juncker cases that I just read to you. And I offer him now as a witness if you're willing to take him as a witness. Have him sworn in by the clerk, and we can get started.
I don't have any problem with that. Swear him in and then ask him some questions, and we'll go from there.
Certainly, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
Yeah, after I ask my questions, I'd be happy to have the board ask any questions that they want, and if Mr. Duran wants the questions to go through him,
yes.
I may object to his adversarial posture since he's supposed to be here in a different capacity from Mr. Pollack. Well, we'll get to that. Madam Clerk, could you swear in my witness, Jameson Mark Jessup?
I've never done that before. What do I need to do?
Do you have a notary here in the room?
What about the court reporter?
The court reporter.
Okay, very good. Mr. Court Reporter, could you announce your name for the record? I know it sounds silly.
Yes.
Mr. Jessup, could you tell me why the two cases I cited, Juncker versus University of Florida 602 Southern 2nd 557 and Taylor versus School Board of Seminole County versus Taylor 538 Southern 2nd 150, give Maria Scott jurisdiction to bring this petition before the School Board of Volusia County?
Yes, sir. The instant case that we brought is brought under Chapter 120 of the Florida statutes, which is state law, specifically under Section 120.569 and 120.57. And 120.569 has to do with substantial interest. And the reason why I found these cases and why they're relevant is because at the last meeting, Mr. Pollack offered Washington versus Hillsborough as being definitive in this case, being the controlling law. And actually it's not. What Washington and versus Hillsborough County School Board is a federal case. Substantial interest, as it's defined here, is a state term of art, and it's one created by state statute. So the federal court does not have jurisdiction over the state court on this issue. What does, and what was very interesting, is that Mr. Doran pointed out we're in the 5th DCA. The 5th DCA does have a case that's on point with this case, and that's Taylor versus School Board of Seminole County.
And Mr. Jessup, did you find those two cases yourself without my aid?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Go ahead. Please continue your answer.
What Taylor versus School Board of Seminole County states, basically to determine whether or not a person has a right to a hearing, a substantial interest right to a hearing, whether they have a substantial interest. Number one is that they got terminated, and then number two, that they filed a petition that has some disputed material facts, and facts that are in dispute. And we did that. That's similar to what we did. And basically, the 5th DCA has ruled in Taylor versus Seminole County, Seminole School Board of Seminole County, ruled that that in itself creates a substantial interest. But then, and by the way, we are under the 5th DCA. But then I went and I looked in another district court of appeal, the 1st district here in Florida. I found Juncker versus University of Florida, which is even a little bit more even on point, because basically the professor wasn't a substitute teacher. The fact that we're dealing with substitute teachers, not the issue here today. The issue is, as they've said, it was that she doesn't have a right to a job because you can terminate anytime you want to. But that was the same in Juncker. This professor at the University of Central Florida, excuse me one second. Yes. What he basically did, he was terminated, and he didn't have a right to a job, but because the letter that terminated him had a stigmatizing effect on his employment history and the opportunity for new employment, that was a substantial interest, and that's a substantial interest that my client has in this case. And so based upon Yonker versus University of Florida and Taylor versus School Board of Seminole County, my client does have a substantial interest that requires a hearing under 120.569. And therefore, and by the way, I'm not going to fault Mr. Pollack for citing a case that was off point and say he's not qualified. There, oftentimes when you come to hearings such as this, you have different positions of law and different positions of fact, and just because somebody has a difference of opinion doesn't make them not qualified. These two cases say that my client has a right to this hearing. We asked for a hearing under 120.569 and 120.57, and therefore, if the reason why I'm not qualified is because I'm wrong on that law, I am actually right on the law. These cases control. Washington versus Hillsborough County School Board does not control this case.
And was there any statute that controlled the procedure by which the school board, or the school district, excuse me, should have responded to your petition? Is there a time limit, for example?
Yes, there is. Under Chapter 120.569, subparagraph 2, subparagraph A, it says a request for hearing shall be granted, the request for a hearing shall be granted or denied within 15 days after receipt.
And when did that 15 days begin to run?
15 days after October 29, 2018. I don't have the exact date.
So roughly the middle of November, right?
Yes, sir.
And when, in fact, did the school board provide the response required by the statute or the rule?
Well, the school board still hasn't actually ruled on that denied or approved, but it started its proceeding that brought us here today. In January, I got notice of a letters for a notice of hearing.
So you've never received a denial or an approval?
Never have.
And then could you explain to the tribunal why we're here today?
Well, I'm not really sure why we're here today, because under normal circumstances, the school district would have filed a motion to dismiss. I've never seen any pleading called a motion to dismiss. All I saw was a proposed final order. And I'm unsure as to who actually put it on the calendar. Was it the school board put it on the calendar or the superintendent? I really don't know. But under normal circumstances, you would have a motion to dismiss. No such motion's ever been filed. All I see is this order where it's a foregone conclusion that we're going to approve this final order and we're going to deny my client her right to due process.
So are you testifying that the school board was out of compliance in its response to Maria Scott's petition for a substantial interest hearing?
I am. It's a procedural violation of her due process.
Is there anything else that you'd like to testify to as to your qualifications to appear as a qualified representative in Volusia County concerning an employment matter having to do with a teacher, concerning with an employment matter having to do with a substitute teacher, and all those things together, and the fact that this is Tuesday? You know, how narrow do we need to focus on your expertise before you become unqualified because it's Tuesday or because she's only a substitute?
The fact that she's a substitute does not affect her substantial interest claim for the reasons I stated before.
Thank you. I'd offer him for cross-examination.
May I offer?
Certainly.
Because there was another part of your question. I do have some testimony as to my experience that might supplement a little bit more. Anselmo case out of Lake County School Board was a substantial interest case. It wasn't just a contract dispute. It was the reason why we had a right to the hearing, in addition to the contract dispute, was under 120.569 and 120.57. Pyatt from Seminole County was also an employment case that we had a right to a hearing under 120.569 and also under 120.57. There's a lot of the cases, in my experience, the IDEA cases are not under section 120.569 because they're created by IDEA and another body of law. However, 2016 was not the last time I tried a case. I have a docket with DOA right now that has, I'm estimating, and I apologize for estimating, about 6 or 7 active cases right now. I have done, and I'm estimating again, as I'm not prepared to give you the exact number, close to now 400 cases before DOA. The 2 cases that I referenced in my affidavit I was turning down, I did so I provide you with material information. They're the 2 out of, and I'm estimating close to 400 cases that I was not qualified for.
Excuse me, did I hear that wrong? Could you repeat that?
2 out of 400 cases or so. Approximately 400 cases.
And so how many were you qualified in out of those approximately 400 cases?
Well, so I want to make a distinction between some of them I was the qualified representative record because we settled before that decision actually was made, and then there was, and I don't have the exact number of what that is, but some of those 400 are of that nature.
And the others?
Were the ones where the judge approved me. The judge, the administrative law judge approved me.
And since Mr. Doran asked during my opening statement, how much did Mr. Anselmo recover from the Lake County School District as a result of your representation?
$60,000. The judge, the back pay was actually $48,000. The school district and Mr. Anselmo made a settlement whereby it was entered in a final order of the school board for, I think it's $60,000.
I don't want to cut off your answer again. Are we finished?
I'm sorry?
I don't want to cut off your answer again. Are we finished? Okay.
Give me 1 second.
Sir.
I apologize. I'm 54, so sometimes I forget things. All the workers' comp cases that deal with companies that did not get, it was not about whether somebody got hurt and they got a payment, it's whether or not the company was in compliance with workers' comp law. All those cases are 120.569 and 120.57 cases. I don't want to say all cases that weren't IDA were under 120.569, but I'd say most of them, if not all of them, were under 120.569.
I'd just like to answer the witness, if he speaks further, to slow it down a little, because we do have a court reporter, and he's really good, but I don't want to try my luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, Mr. Chairman?
Are we wrapping it up?
And as far as my experience on depositions, I've had to do depositions and know the deposition law. They're found in the discovery law, not just depositions. Depositions, one form of discovery. They're found in the Florida Rules of Civil Procedure. Every time you do work on that, you go look up, make sure you're serving people right and that type of stuff. So I know where to look those up and know them in general. And the other areas of expertise that I was supposed to provide, I had all these judges found that I had those other qualifications.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, but you did remind me of one more question I needed to ask him. Do you routinely appear before administrative law judges where the opponent, for example, the school board, is represented by an attorney?
Yes.
And how is your record against attorneys as opposed to, well, are they ever represented by anything other than an attorney?
No.
Okay, so they're always represented by an attorney, and how do you fare arguing against attorneys all the time?
Well, I think I do pretty good. Out of 400 plus cases of school, well, a number of them are the IDA cases, what he's referring to. In those cases, I've had to litigate about 17 or 18. I'm estimating again. In those, I think I've had a pretty fair record. Somebody said if you don't ever lose a case because you don't try enough, but I do have a fair record and do appear and I will note that heard a judge in one of my cases. She actually told my client that she had competent representation at that hearing. Judge Farnan said that in the hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Mr. Pollack, would you like to weigh in now on, you've heard his testimony. Is there anything that you would like to add or question?
I don't know if there's anything I want to add. I don't believe I went into the merits of my case when I did the challenge to his qualifications. I was going off of the affidavit that was before you and the information that he put in the affidavit before you. Based on the testimony, it looks like subsequent to that last hearing, he went out on fast case and pulled some cases, and I'm happy to get to the merits when we get to the merits, but I don't think that demonstrated that he is a qualified representative for these issues, and I didn't hear any testimony that he had a substitute teacher or an ALJ that acknowledged any right to a hearing for a substitute teacher who has a policy that specifically says there is no right to any kind of employment.
And is our school board policy, what was it, 408?
407.
Could you state that again one more time so the board can hear?
It's 407, and it looks like effective date March 20th, 2001, and it's titled Employment of Substitute Teachers. In the first paragraph, in the first sentence, it says the superintendent of schools is authorized to retain substitute teachers. Substitute teachers shall, prior to employment as substitute teacher, complete a training program satisfactory to the school district. This training requirement may be waived for retired teachers or other individuals who have satisfactorily completed a teacher education program which includes student teaching. Substitute teachers are employed at the will and discretion of the superintendent and do not have an expectation of continued employment. Nothing in the policy talks about a hearing, and nothing in the policy talks about any right to a hearing that they can do to challenge the removal from a substitute teacher list. It is purely at the discretion of the superintendent. It never came to the school board for a vote. It's not a just cause issue. It has nothing to do with all this.
Thank you. Mr. Doran, did you have questions for Mr. Jessup?
Maybe, yes, and maybe Mr. Pollack could comment on the 120 aspect. You heard the representation that Chapter 120 applies. Does the district have any position on that?
Our whole position today is there is no hearing under 120, and so there is no right, and there's no, those statutes and everything don't even apply because she doesn't have the right to a hearing under 120. There's no substantial interest, there's no property right, all the things that they pled. It doesn't exist. I guess to the extent that they claim there is any failure to follow those timelines, that doesn't state a cause of action, and that doesn't give her a right to a hearing. You know, they could seek a mandamus with the court, and the court could say comply with these deadlines, but it doesn't mean that it's a comply and you automatically get granted a hearing. It doesn't confer jurisdiction, I guess, to the board or the ALJ.
Thank you.
Okay, just a few questions.
Yes, yes, Mr. Doran.
All right, so
Mr. This is, you're going to be asked questions to Mr. Jessup?
Yeah.
And you're under oath, Mr. Jessup. Are you?
All right, Mr. Jessup, I just want to ask you a few questions. You know, I don't have a dog in this hunt. I just want to be sure that the board is in a position to make a decision under the rule. So let me ask you a few things. What's an interrogatory?
Interrogatory is a written document that we serve upon. One party can serve upon another party asking questions that need to be answered in writing.
Okay, that's correct.
Under oath.
How many, is there any limit to the number of interrogatories that can be asked?
The rule does speak to that. I believe, I know where to look it up, but I believe it's 30.
That's correct as well. What is a third-party subpoena?
A third-party subpoena is when you're subpoenaing a party that is not a party to the case. So, for instance, in this case, we have the school board and the school district and Mrs. Scott. If I were to subpoena, for instance, the union president to come in, I would need to have a third, for him specifically to bring some information, and I would need to have, there's a procedure by which I do that.
Okay, so a third-party subpoena for documents, what rules apply to something like that if you were to issue one?
I believe the rule is that you're supposed to give a 10-day notice to the other party that you're going to be issuing the subpoena, and you're not allowed to issue it until such time as that, to give the other party an opportunity to object.
What's your definition of hearsay?
Hearsay evidence is something that is not something, for instance, I could testify about what I personally heard, but hearsay would be stuff that, you know, I'm sorry, let me start back on that. So hearsay evidence, and by the way, in the qualifications, it's about the exception to the hearsay rule. I can't testify about, in general, the general hearsay rule would be I cannot testify about something somebody else said. There are exceptions to the rule. One exception would be that a party that makes a statement against their own interest, that would be an exception to the hearsay rule. So for instance, if in this case, if Mr. Russell had made some comment down at this Chick-fil-A about Ms. Scott, and it was against his interest, and I had the girl at the cashier testify about that, then she would be an exception to the hearsay rule. It would be an exception, would be allowed. Also, there's exception, the rules are a little bit relaxed in administrative law cases, and so when we start talking about hearsay evidence that supplants evidence, that's another exception, other evidence that's already in the that we're admitting. So in other words, if I have other evidence that supports the hearsay testimony in an administrative law case, that would be another time when we could make an exception to the hearsay rule.
So is hearsay admissible in administrative law cases?
Yes.
And if it's objected to, is it admissible as a standalone
So that's an interesting thing.
Establishment of a fact.
I don't have the exact case, but there recently was a Florida Supreme Court case that suggests that some of the rules under Chapter 190, I'm sorry, not 190, the evidence rules of the Florida statute don't apply to administrative law cases necessarily. And that's a case where the PSC was involved, the Public Service Commission was involved. I don't have the exact citation to give you, but it's a recent, in the last year or so.
Okay, so...
But 120 provides for the judge to make determinations about things that are appropriate to do, that he can make those determinations, or she can make those determinations separate from the evidence statute of Florida statutes.
Okay, I'm not sure I understood that part, but so can you state the limitations, if any, on hearsay and how they apply in administrative cases?
Well, hearsay that is not supplanting or supporting evidence that's already in, not supported by other evidence, or hearsay that's not an admission against the interests of a party would not be admissible in general.
Okay. Well, okay. Let's say there's an issue and a teacher is being accused of doing something to a student, maybe swatting them on the butt, okay? There's 28 kids in the room, and the school district has called 10 of the kids, and they've all said the same thing: yes, I saw her swat the student on the butt. When the 11th student is called, is there any objection that you can assert, and what would it be?
Well, at some point, the testimony becomes duplicative, and I might make an objection to over duplicative evidence being presented.
And what's the basis for that?
That it's not very efficient. And when you look at 120, it talks about the judge has the right to be able to make decisions about the administration of justice and carrying on in Chapter 120.
So a witness to the same incident testifies that the student has asthma. Admissible or not?
I'm sorry, say the question again.
A witness to the event testifies in response to a question that the student has asthma. Is the answer admissible or not?
It depends. Your question doesn't have enough conditions upon it. But if the witness, for instance, was his medical doctor, I would say the doctor would be able to, it would not be hearsay testimony, that it would actually be direct testimony. If you're talking about he heard somebody say that the student had asthma and he had maybe a doctor's note that supported that was being admitted as evidence, that probably would also be an exception to the hearsay rule.
Well, the hypothetical is that the witness in the classroom says, yes, the teacher swatted him on the butt, and also testifies that the student has asthma. Is that admissible or not?
I would think that probably the asthma part may or may not be relevant depending upon the other facts of the case. And so if they start getting into a long-winded discussion about asthma when we're talking about a discipline case, whether or not she was supposed to spank the child, I would probably question the relevance of that testimony. That said, Mr. Doran, I think you understand a lot of times a lot of inadmissible, irrelevant information gets into hearings because it's very short. It comes out in a very short spurt. However, if all of a sudden this witness went into a long and everybody started asking a bunch of questions about asthma, I think a objection to relevance would be appropriate at that time.
Okay. Well, it wouldn't be admissible because it's opinion testimony that is not allowable under 9702. The witness would not have been qualified to render that opinion. If the same witness testified that the teacher ran toward the student at 20 miles an hour, would that be admissible or not, that opinion?
Well, if that requires an expert to make that determination, that would not be admissible. I will tell you, Mr. Doran, there are some administrative law judges that don't recognize expert witnesses and accept opinion testimony and weigh the opinion testimony without establishing an expert witness. I can tell you Judge Versavage, administrative law Judge Versavage, actually does not allow expert witnesses to appear at his hearings.
Okay, well, that wasn't the question, and the answer is that the testimony is admissible under 9702 because it is lay testimony as to the speed of a person.
If you allow me to, I'll go look up the case that I quoted to you that states that was actually cited by Administrative Law Judge Jessica Varn in a case that I was recently in. There has been a change in, there's case law now that suggests that Chapter 90 is not necessarily controlling to the rules of evidence in an administrative law case.
Okay. So
and
you
Mr.
wake
Doran,
up in the morning and you look out and you see snow on the ground. The question that's posed to you is, did it snow last night? Is that admissible or not?
I could offer testimony. The question becomes whether or not the testimony is credible.
No, it's the question whether it's admissible. Is it admissible or not?
Objection. He's arguing with the witness.
Well, the question is pretty simple. Is it admissible or not?
Same objection. Characterization.
So you
may try to answer if you can.
Mr. Jessup, answer the question.
So restate the question again, please.
You've slept all night. You wake up in the morning. It's 10 a.m. You look out the window, and there's snow all over the ground. And the question that's posed to you at the hearing is, did it snow the night of blank, the same night that you got up in the morning and saw it?
Yes, I believe that would be admissible because I could probably establish it hadn't snowed before I went to sleep, and I think it would be a reasonable, incredible testimony that if it wasn't snowed before I went to sleep and it snowed when I got up, it had to happen at some point and probably be during the night while I was sleeping.
That's not an easy question, but it's not admissible. Under 9604, you have to have personal knowledge.
Objection, argumentative. Are you
event.
advising your client
The question
to
wasn't
testify,
whether
Mr.
you...
Doran?
Mr. Doran, do you have any more?
The question wasn't whether you saw it snow. It's whether it snowed last night. You don't know that because you weren't there to see it.
Objection. Same objection.
How about if you don't look outside and a 5-year-old is in the living room and you overhear your 5-year-old say, "It's snowing." Later you're asked, "Did it snow that day?" Is the statement of the 5-year-old admissible? Or is it hearsay?
But so whether or not it's admissible or whether or not it's hearsay is two different issues. The issue is about whether or not it's admissible hearsay. Wouldn't you agree?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, I would say yes. You have to put more conditions upon your question in order for me to be able to answer the question accurately. Your question doesn't have enough conditions to it for me to answer what you want me to answer.
All right. That's all I've got.
Okay. All right. Yes, Ms. Cuthbert, you may.
Mr. Pollack, may I ask you a couple of questions? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is our policy 407, is it illegal? Does it break any Florida state statutes? Does it go against our state constitution?
No.
Did the district, were they appropriate in filing a denies motion, or should they have sent, as what Mr. Jessup said, that there was no motion to dismiss? Did the district file the correct motion?
I don't think the district has an obligation to file a motion with it. I think the board, on a recommendation, could deny the right to a petition, which is what we're asking for today.
Okay. Our substitute teachers, are they under contract?
No.
If we allow this, if we accept Mr. Jessup and allow the hearing to proceed, will we be setting a precedent?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Dorn, did you have anything else you wanted to add? Okay, then I'm going to let board members ask a few questions. Go ahead, Mr. Colon.
So I went through really quick, and I don't know the answer to this question, and so because you are sworn in, and we have to make the determination whether or not you are able to make this. And I went through and I counted how many of these cases very quickly, and again, I don't know what my denominator is because it says roughly 300 or thereabouts on here, so I didn't count how many lines there were. But how many of these cases, I sort of went down, and so if it's workers' comp, that may not necessarily apply to this situation. And so I went through and counted about 16 that we don't have any information on. Again, the details are not there. That could be related. In other words, there's nothing on there that tells me it's, you know, workers' comp or anything of that matter. I'll give you an example. You've got one case on here, 16-003461, Claudia Williams Escambria. Again, we don't have the details of that.
Tell me the one again, please.
What's that? I'm sorry? 16-003461. And so looking at that example, let's just say I counted that as one, because I'm not quite sure what the details of that is. What percentage of all of these cases would you say are related to employment other than workers' comp or anything outside of that? Because again, we don't have that information in front of us, and so.
Well, you actually do, because I put them on attached to my supplemental information I provided. That was the subject matter why we had to continue. Page 38 of the pleading, that's the amended opposition to proposed order denying petition for administrative hearing. I listed a number of them that are employment cases there, starting with Carter versus City of Pompano.
I'm getting there.
So yes, I went back through that list that was before and tried to identify some for you that were related to employment. But more specifically, almost every one of those cases, with the exception of Tommy Davis versus Nature Coast EMS, are Section 120.569 cases involving substantial interest. And by the way, again, Yonkers versus University of Florida actually speaks to this issue about a person who didn't have a right to employment, who had a letter that disparaged him, and that was his substantial interest, fighting that charge. And so it's directly on point to this case. It's not a matter about whether or not the school, in fact, actually said the employee had no right whatsoever to a employment, but he did have a right to a hearing on the issue, because the substantial interest wasn't just the employment, but it was the disparaging remarks made about him.
Well, and for me, I'm looking at this mathematically. So arguably, if 11 out of 300, and I don't know what the denominator is, you're looking at about 4%. And so if we're being, and again, we, you know, just supposing that all of these cases are what they are and they were exactly related to employment, and that's kind of what's going on in my mind. For me, it's mathematically. I know a lot of what was said, you're speaking to lay folks. And so, for me, it's what makes it determine whether or not you can or can't represent, or are able to, should I say, or are competent. I'm looking at it mathematically. And so, I imagine all those cases with the dashes are students, and I think you've got a great record as far as students go, but I'm looking at that 4% and saying, okay.
I would submit to you, my very first case, I was recognized as a qualified representative, so you don't have to have a number of cases in order to do that. I do have a number of cases, but you don't have to have a number of cases under the rule in order to qualify. I could tell you that each time at the beginning, there was a lot more scrutiny at the beginning. Right now, there's, it's been a lot of times that I've done cases, but on the very first case, I was able to be qualified. I didn't have to actually have ever tried one before.
And I don't know if I can ask this question. So of these 11 cases, do you have any that were near?
That were what?
That were close to what we're considering today, of the 11 that you've stated on here.
So I think it's inappropriate to narrowly.
I don't know.
No, I'm not saying your question was inappropriate, Mr. Colon. It's inappropriate to have an argument that you narrow down that I have to actually represent a substitute teacher who's been not appointed by the district superintendent. It has to be that narrow. That is way too narrow.
I mean the closest to.
Well, the closest.
I don't know because we don't have the details. So
the closest would be Anselmo, which was a case involving substantial interest under 120.569, 120.57.
Wait, you lost me. Which one?
Anselmo, the one that my client was awarded $60,000.
So it's against Lake County?
Yes. By the way, that case had a significant amount of discovery in it. It was I forget exactly how many days, but I want to say from memory about 4 days hearing. It was a very contentious case.
Well, that one's not listed in your 11.
No, but I listed it above.
I'm sorry,
I listed it above in okay. I'm sorry, excuse me 1 second.
Okay, I see it up there.
I listed it in the paragraphs above or below or somewhere. No, above. And paragraph starts on page 37, but then you go to page 38, and some was mentioned in paragraph A, and Pyatt, which is also a case involving employment in 120.569 and 120.57. Both of them were not substitute teachers. And the issue wasn't about being a substitute teacher get terminated. It was about substantial interest.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Colon. Any other board members have any questions at this time? Okay. All right. Well, I believe we've heard from both sides.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I believe as the proponent, I get the last word, and may I have the opportunity to make my very brief closing argument?
Yes.
Thank you. Because the question posed by member Linda Cuthbert, I believe, is the whole answer to this case now. I was actually already planning the answer to explain. Because there's a hierarchy of authorities in American law. In the state of Florida, the Florida Constitution comes first. Next are the acts of the legislature as statutes. If the statute doesn't comply with the Constitution and somebody takes it up to court, the statute's struck down. Constitution is stronger. Next comes statutes. Then comes the Florida Administrative Code, the rules that are enacted by the administrative agencies for the state as a whole. And if those are wrong, if the agency is not given the authority by the statute to enact the rule, or the rule is inconsistent with the statute prevails, the rule is struck down by the courts. Then next lower, the fourth level, are the written policies adopted by a school board or a county government on the local level. The rules for the whole state may govern the issue. If they are, the local rule has to give way unless the statute gives you a special power to overrule the state rules. And there are situations like that. And so here I would answer your question, Madam Member of the Board, as being policy 407 is at that lowest level of authority. And essentially what Mr. Pollack is arguing is that under that policy, you're the employer at will, like every other employer at will in the state, and that your employee at will has no rights. No right even to a due process hearing, no right to a substantial interest hearing. That conflicts with the statute. Legislature says, hey, agencies are different from private employers. If an agency fires an at-will employee, we look to the statute, and the statute that overwhelms policy 407 and makes it inapplicable in this case because it's wrong. It conflicts with this statute. 120.569 sub 1. The provisions of this section apply in all proceedings in which the substantial interests of a party are determined by an agency. And you have Mr. Jessup, because he is competent, found the case that involved a non-tenured research scientist, Dr. Juncker. He had, quote, the First District Court of Appeal, which rules when there's no conflicting case in the 5th DCA, and I know of no conflicting case in the 5th DCA. Juncker has no right to continued employment at the university. But then the court went on to say, but Juncker's petition, like Maria Scott's petition here, quote, sufficiently alleges disputed issues of material fact affecting his substantial interests. And it goes on to state at the end of the petition, which raises factual issues regarding the truth of allegations in a termination letter. This case is pretty much on all fours, as we say, with the present case, as well as the stigmatizing effect of such allegations, where in our case they said Ms. Scott acted unprofessionally and therefore should be immediately removed. Is the holding of the First District Court of Appeal is sufficient to warrant a hearing? So we've got the case, we've got the statute, and no interpretation of a local policy 407 takes priority over state statute. Thank you, ma'am, for asking the right question. And that's the end of my closing argument.
Okay. All right. Once again, I ask you, Mr. Pollack, is there anything you'd like to add?
If we're going into the merits next, then no.
Okay. And Mr. Doran, is it then the time to ask the question of to the board now whether you believe that Jamison Jessup is qualified to be a representative in this case, in this particular case?
Mr. Chair, just if I can ask Mr. Doran a question, because
yes.
we never found out what the results of that test were. How did he do? Did he sound like...
I didn't keep track of the questions and the answers, so I'm guessing at a percentage, but I would say around 70% correct.
Okay, and as far as, Mr. Doran, as far as this vote goes, is this a simple majority decides this?
Yes.
And it's pretty common in these kinds of cases. We'll do a roll call vote. So we'll have Connie call out your name, and you just say yes or no, and we'll let it go at that. Yes.
Can I ask one more thing? And so, in saying a 70, I'm looking at Volusia County grading scale, and that means that he demonstrates a developing understanding of major concepts, processes, and skill. And so I was trying to get to understanding why you were asking those questions. you know, it was kind of cool because I had no idea what the answers were. And that, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, because again, I didn't know the line of questioning and why we were asking these questions. And so if you asked questions that you felt would trick his legal ability or inability, and he got a passing score on that.
Well, I didn't ask.
I don't understand a lot of the legal things I don't understand. And so,
sure.
But
the questions were not trickery in the sense that, well, they weren't even complicated. I mean, they were basic. And he answered many of them correctly. He answered quite a few of them incorrectly, mostly in the area of evidence. So, as I'm looking here, he got the procedure generally correct, but in the area of the evidence, many of the answers he gave, I don't think really addressed the question. So I just marked that in my own mind as not correct. But he answered some of them correctly, absolutely, and but there were many he did not. So.
Thank you, Mr. Doran. Mr. Superintendent, we'll let you make a recommendation here too, and before we vote.
The superintendent recommends the proposed final order denying petition for administrative hearing.
So
wait a minute.
Wait, before we go to that one, first we got to decide whether the board thinks he's qualified, because then we'll get into that one. Okay. I
think the question before the board is more one of, pursuant to Florida Administrative Code 28-106.106, based on all the evidence presented to you, including the affidavits and the testimony and the discussions related to the Florida Rules of Evidence and the Florida Civil Procedure and the like. Do you accept Mr. Jessup as a qualified representative in this case? In this case, recognizing that he has been accepted by many administrative law judges in many cases, but he has also been rejected by an administrative law judge, specifically, for instance, in one case where he was attempting to present a case on workers' compensation. So it is issue-driven, and my biggest concern is that he is asserting constitutional claims that he has no evidence before you supports any prior experience or knowledge in the area of constitutional law. I mean, I don't even think that, well, I won't say that, but so it's a matter of weighing it all out. It's discretionary. You can't be wrong unless you abuse your discretion. As long as there's substantial incompetence to support whichever side you choose, then you will be right on appeal.
Thank you for framing the question. And so, is there any other comments, questions before we vote?
I want to make sure what we're voting for. If we say yes, what does that mean? If we say no, what does that mean?
If you say yes, that means you accept his qualifications to be a representative in this case.
If we say yes.
If you say yes.
And we need a motion and a second.
And if you say no, then that's no. So.
I don't think we need a motion per se.
No, I don't.
I think it's all laid out.
It's laid out.
Just do a yes or no.
That's the question.
Okay, so just call roll, yes or no.
Call roll.
Mrs. Cuthbert?
No.
Mr. Cologne?
Yes.
Mrs. Haynes? Ms. Haynes, I'm sorry.
No.
Mrs. Wright?
No.
Mr. Persis?
Yes.
2 yes, 3 no.
Okay, so the board has voted that Mr. Jamison Jessup is not qualified to be a representative in this case. I'm not sure if he's going to.
We're prepared to, we have to prepare a written order on that. So what I would propose is that I bring one back based on what I've heard, and then you all can talk about it some more based on your vote. And the vote won't change, but right. The order as written with the basis, really I'd be talking to the 3 people who voted no right. About what the basis for that decision was. But I'll bring back a draft that'll get us started. We'll get it done, get it signed.
Okay, now do we move on to the second part of this hearing? And the superintendent's recommendation now.
Thank you, sir. The superintendent recommends the proposed final order denying petition for administrative hearing.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Now we're back to the beginning of the hearing.
Yes.
On the substance. In my opening statement, at the risk of being redundant, I will try to keep this very brief. But normally employers in the state of Florida who are at-will employers, in other words, they don't have civil service protection for private employees, they can release someone for some reason or no reason. We all know that as a matter of common everyday experience. However, the school board as a state agency is different. It has specifically governing its termination provisions, section 120.569, sub 1, first sentence, which says that the provisions of this section apply in all proceedings in which the substantial interests of a party are determined by an agency. And then there's an irrelevant exception. We are arguing that Ms. Maria Scott was entitled to a hearing because she has a substantial interest, her employment, as shown in the 2 District Court of Appeals cases, Junker versus University of Florida, 602 Southern 2nd, 557, 1st DCA, 1992, in which the court, and this is the case that's most like the present case, even though it was a college employee, the court did recognize that Mr. Junker or Dr. Junker had no right to continued employment, which is the excuse that the school district is asking the school board to release her with no protection whatever from state statute 1.0.569. It's following, apparently, mistakenly, a policy that violates the state statute 120.569. When the court found that Dr. Junker has no right to continued employment, it didn't matter. The court found in his favor anyhow and, quote, reversed and remanded for further proceedings. That means that when Mr. Junker took his appeal, the appellate court said, you're wrong, he does have a right to a hearing. And that's what I would propose to you is the correct result this evening. The other case that is related to this, and it's our own 5th DCA, 1989, Taylor versus School Board of Seminole County, really close to home. 538 Southern 2nd, 150. And in that, Phyllis, Taylor was hired by the School Board of Seminole County as a technical aide. Sounds a whole lot like a substitute teacher. And she filed a petition requesting that the school board conduct a formal administrative hearing concerning their decision to give her a notice of termination from employment. Almost the same situation as we have here. The school board denied Taylor's request and dismissed her petition. They actually gave her more procedural due process than Volusia County School District did because they went through the trouble of dismissing her petition, and here they didn't do anything. They just came to you with a proposed final order. So this is arbitrary and capricious denial of due process and totally ignoring the requirements of the state statute 120.569, sub 1. Just, hey, we're going to blow off this state statute, and that's why I'm here, because I'm asking you not to do that. Because the 5th DCA reversed and remanded. They didn't like that. We should be obeying state statutes regardless of whether our policies 407 are mistaken or not.
Mr. Doran argued Washington versus School Board of Hillsborough County, and Mr. Pollack may have argued it too. That was a federal case, and it talked mainly about federal law. And this jurisdictional issue right now as to whether we should have a hearing or not is really not to determine the case. It's determine whether she gets a hearing. Because if we follow the state statute that governs us, 120.569 sub 1, then the school board should, as its second motion after it rejects the superintendent's first motion is illegal, move to and second to send this case to the Department of Administrative Hearings and follow the statutory requirement for where the teacher's substantial interests are involved. Now, what are these substantial interests? The school board's decision to terminate employment certainly concerns Taylor's substantial interest. That's our own 5th DCA at 538 Southern 2nd, page 150. It's a very short decision. It looks as if everything is on page 150. So this is real easy and real direct. That what I'm asking the board this evening is to deny the petition, to deny the motion of the superintendent for a formal order turning down Maria Scott's petition and to take the exact opposite action which the 2 district courts of appeal in those cases Mr. Jessup found. Thank you, Mr. Jessup. Govern, and that the various constitutional issues, the Fifth Amendment claim in Washington versus School Board of Hillsborough County was dealt with out of hand by the Middle District of Florida, the district court judge, because the federal judge said, hey, Fifth Amendment only applies to the federal government. 14th Amendment doesn't apply either in this case. So if we went through, and I will not do that at this late hour because it's unnecessary, if we went through each of the findings of the Middle District of Florida in Washington versus School Board of Hillsborough County, we'd find none of them apply. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Ziskov. Mr. Pollack.
Yes, sir.
Can you address the matter of school board policies and state statutes, and are we in conflict with the state statute? I think that's the
You
question.
are not in conflict with the state statute. And so he keeps on citing to 120.569 that talks about a substantial interest. Nothing in that statute provides a property right to employment for a substitute teacher, an educational teacher, anything like that. We have the Florida School Code, which delineates all the statutes that apply. It gives the power to the school board, which is also a constitutional entity. But you have specific statutes that provide property rights to teachers. For instance, you have 10.12.33, which is the rights that talks about teachers, and it's before 2011. And so under that statute, to terminate a contract for a teacher, you need just cause. Just cause is defined by that statute. That statute also specifically talks about a right to a hearing under 120.60 and 120.569, because there's a property right. That right was given to you by statute. After 2011, as I'm sure you are all aware, the legislature changed the requirements for teachers. You can no longer give tenure, so now you have 10.12.335. And in 10.12.335, all they are right to is an annual contract. And that annual contract can be renewed or non-renewed. It doesn't come to you to non-renew it if the superintendent doesn't recommend it. There's no property right to that continued employment, and there's no right to a hearing if the superintendent says, I'm not going to renew you again. That statute also specifically talks about probationary teachers, and you can terminate them for any reason at any time during their probationary period. I'm sure you guys have been up on the board for a while. You haven't had a hearing doing that, and they haven't cited any cases where you have a substantial interest, because there is no interest to those types of hearings. That's teachers. You also have, for support educational employees, there's a statute, it talks about collective bargaining, it talks about policies, everything like that. They've identified no statute, no rule, or anything that gives any type of right to a substitute teacher. The school board was completely within its power to issue a policy. That policy has never been challenged in a court of law that could overturn that policy, and they don't suggest it ever has been overturned. Again, it was effective in 2001. So the school board could absolutely enter into this policy. They have. That policy has been effective for 18 years. There is nothing that is illegal about that policy. And I think what's important about that policy is it specifically informs our substitute teachers what right, and in this case none, that they have to any expectation of employment. So to kind of jump off then, there's been a lot of criticism of the Washington case, and it was a case I brought up, and I brought it up at the last time based on the pleading and the petition before us, because that petition talks about due process as provided by the Amendments 5 and 14th of the United States Constitution. There is no federal substantive constitutional right to employment of a public sector employer. That's a state right. There's no substantive due process rights in the federal Constitution. As the Washington case says, it says the Fifth Amendment is not implicated in this case because the Fifth Amendment only applies to actions of the federal government. We're not a federal government. I cited to the case because they argue that there's a Fifth Amendment violation. 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment, you can have procedural due process rights, but you have to have an actual right to employment. You have to have a recognized right to state employment, and then you get certain things that kick in if you have that state employment right. So if you're a teacher, you absolutely have federal procedural due process rights. It's called a Loudermill hearing. Before you can terminate, you have to be provided notice of it, and you have an opportunity to be heard, and then you can challenge it. An at-will employee has no such right. They're an at-will employee. They're specifically told they have no right to expectation of employment. There's no property interest there. And that's what that Washington case talks about, and it says the court finds that the defendant did not violate the 14th Amendment in any of its employment actions against plaintiff because, as an untenured day-to-day substitute teacher, plaintiff had no property interest in continued employment. That's exactly what was here. So there's never any 14th Amendment right to that. There's been some talk about, I assume a name clearing hearing, and there is a concept of a name clearing hearing. That's never been what was requested. And a name clearing hearing is there is some right, not to bore you on it, that you have a right to clear your name on it. That name clearing hearing has nothing that allows the entity to put that person back into employment. It's not a challenge of a termination of employment. They have no property right to the employment. It's an opportunity that a person can come up there and say, I didn't do that, and it can become part of the public record. But that was never what was requested here. The petition requests you to place her back on the list of substitute teachers. She had no right to that. So getting into some of the cases, because there are cases that we're talking about on 120.569 and 120.60. I did some quick research when I saw the case that they're citing. A case of Harold versus University of South Florida. It's 806 Southern 2nd 638, and this is a 2012 case out of the 2nd District Court of Appeals, which is like the Tampa areas. And in it, it talks about on, sorry, I think it's page 640, maybe 641, says, but case law makes it clear that a substantial interest is one based on a legal entitlement and not on a mere unilateral expectation. And it cites to a 3rd DCA case holding that non-renewal of a community college professor's annual contract did not affect her substantial interests for purposes of section 120.57. And that case continues, and this one was a professor was challenging his right to be a full-time professor. It says, he does not allege the existence of laws, rules, or contractual provisions that would legally entitle him to full professorship. His unilateral expectation of being promoted was insufficient to create an interest that is necessary or necessitated a hearing upon denial. So he had no right to this hearing because he had no interest. He couldn't cite to any law, he couldn't cite to any statute or policy that gave him any interest. That's the exact same as Ms. Scott. Here she has no interest, and she was specifically told by our policy that she had no interest. Another case, Arnold versus South Florida Water Management District, and this was a quick opinion. It says, we affirm the South Florida Water Management District's final order dismissing appellant's petition, which is what we're recommending here, for an administrative hearing to challenge termination of employment with district. and it cites to a Toth case, which is the 4th DCA, which says holding that an employee of a district who was demoted and transferred to a different region was not entitled to an administrative hearing because he was an at-will employee of the district and there was no statute, rule, or policy which gave him a required substantial interest. Another case is a FERTALLY. It's a 3rd DCA case, and it talks about, in this one, there's specific rules about the probationary period and non-renewal. It says here, appellate was on a probationary status as an annual contract employee by virtue of, and it cites the rule, and the contract itself, appellant had no expectancy of employment beyond the contract year. It goes on, the annual contract status at issue in this case is analogous to the status of a probationary career service employee who can be discharged without cause. So there's a number of cases that talk about if you don't have this interest, you don't have any right. And absent a substantial interest, you never get into 10 or 120.569 or 120.60.
And just to be clear,
Yes.
Mr. Pollock, so that we all understand this
Yes, sir.
correctly, is so those cases that you were just citing, were they ruling that the petitioner did not have a right to a hearing?
Yes.
It wasn't just that that's the result of the hearing, that they didn't get their job back or anything. They ruled that they did not have a right to a hearing.
Correct.
And that's
Correct.
what you're
It wasn't
saying.
a hearing. It wasn't a just cause hearing. It was a denial by the board or the agency of a right to a hearing.
Right
And that
to
went
a
up
hearing.
Yes,
Okay.
which is what the recommendation here is.
Okay.
And so just on again, we've heard a lot of talk today, but we've never been identified any kind of rule that gives her any right. The only rule that was identified in the petition was an administrative code rule 28106.2015, but that rule doesn't apply here. That rule, it talks about prior to the entry of final order to suspend, revoke, or withdraw a license. We're not talking about a license, to impose administrative fines, or to take other enforcement or disciplinary action against a licensee or person or entity subject to agency's jurisdiction. None of those things are applying here. The policy gave it to the superintendent and solely in the superintendent's discretion to employ this person on a substitute teacher list, and he could take her off that list for any reason. And the policy that the school board entered into clearly tells her she has no interest, she has no property right to employment, or no other interest that she's ever identified to that employment. And again, she was specifically notified that through our policy that she had no such interest. So that is our reason that we recommend you deny the request for a hearing.
Okay, I'm just going to just kind of stop our proceeding here for just a second till Ms. Haynes returns. I want her to be privy to everything that we are talking about. So, board members, just be patient. right, we are all back, and it is time to make a decision, a second decision here this evening. So, Mr. Doran, could you frame this question for the board so we're all clear on exactly what we're voting on?
Yeah, I think that real simply put, there's a petition for a formal hearing. Oh, sorry. There's a petition for a formal hearing, a request to conduct a formal hearing by the petitioner that's before the board. A simple yes would be to grant the request to proceed with a final or a formal hearing. A no would be to reject the request or deny the request for a formal hearing.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I believe under the rules of procedural due process, I'm entitled to the final say here since I'm the proponent, and I would like to respond to Mr. Pollack's argument, legal argument.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I almost said Your Honor, sorry. In looking at the case that he featured, Harold versus University of South Florida, 806 Southern 2nd, 638, first of all, it's the 2nd District. In a disagreement, if there is a disagreement between this case and the 2nd District, citing the 3rd District case, and our 5th District case, Taylor versus School Board of Seminole County, we have to follow the 5th DCA. And that's where our appeal would naturally lie to, and they're going to follow their own cases before they follow conflicting cases. But I believe I can distinguish the 2nd District case because it draws a distinction between some kinds of things that are substantial interests and some kinds that are not. It says Dr. Harold, he was the one who didn't get his promotion. He wasn't terminated, he didn't get a promotion. Dr. Harold's quest for promotion to full professor falls into this latter category that isn't a substantial interest, is my gloss on that. He does not allege the existence of laws, rules, or contractual provisions that would legally entitle him to full professorship. His unilateral expectation, that's the key phrase, unilateral expectation of being promoted was insufficient to create an interest that necessitated a hearing upon denial. We don't have that here. We have a 5th DCA case that says directly termination does affect a substantial interest. We have a 1st DCA case that says termination does affect a substantial interest. Now, Mr. Pollack tried to distinguish our situation, these two cases, 5th and 1st DCA in Taylor and Juncker, which I argued, from a stigmatized plus test at the federal level of due process. We don't even need to get to the stigma plus test that the Harold case cites from federal law because termination is enough of a stigma, and also false statements are enough of a stigma, according to our cases, to create a substantial interest. And so I believe that Harold is distinguishable, meaning it deals to a different fact situation that isn't present here, and that even if it were in conflict with the 5th District Court of Appeal case, Taylor versus School Board of Seminole County, we would have to follow the 5th DCA. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Zishwa. All right. Members of the board, do you understand the question before you? And Mr. Doran, you want to repeat it just one more time? I want to make sure everybody understands.
Sure. A yes would be a vote in favor of granting the petitioner a formal hearing at a future point in time. A no vote would be to deny the request for a formal hearing to the petitioner based on all of the information provided to you.
Thank you. Okay. Connie?
Mrs. Cuthbert?
No.
Mr. Clone?
No.
Ms. Haynes? Mrs. Wright?
No.
Mr. Persis?
No.
5 noes.
Okay, so consistent with what I said before, I'll just come up with one order and we'll come back and finalize it, and if that pleases the board.
That would be just fine. And this concludes the hearing.
Yes.
Thank you very much for hearing us out, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right. I hate, I got to follow through here. This is item 18.01, items from the board or the superintendent or Mr. Doran. And Mr. Doran, I'll let you go first. You have anything?
Fine.
Not a word. Miss Wright.
Of course I have something. No,
Well,
I don't. Happy Valentine's Day.
Oh, there's love in the air. Love in the yes. Miss Haynes. No. Okay. Thank you. Miss Cuthbert. Yes.
No, thank you, but happy Valentine's Day.
Yeah. And Mr. Cologne.
And so I'd like us to consider as a board revisiting our ABM contract and having a workshop on that once we get past the elementary school day. And if we can get Mr. Russell, maybe the last inspection for each of our schools, the ones we do at 6 o'clock in the morning, that would be awesome.
So just that whole issue.
That whole, you know, it's,
I think that was going to be on your one of the workshops coming up. So
but in the meantime, if we
point.
can get that last inspection for each of our schools, I'd appreciate it. And that'll be all. Happy Valentine's Day.
Thank you. I just want to commend the board. Thanks for hanging in there. Let's see, we started at what, 10 a.m. and it's 8:41. It's been a long day. Connie, you too, and everybody else, Ted, the superintendent. Thank you all. Have a good night. Safe travels home.
Good luck.
We're adjourned.